of there on your screen.
And it's a technical course, but not an extremely challenging course as far as fitness and uh, climb. But there's a typical Kincaid course, a lot of corners. It's going to really come down to who's taking the corners more aggressively and picking the best line. And every second and every tenth of a second matters in this qualifying because it really will come down to tenths of a second between who makes it into the final heats and who does not, and your seed position as you go into those heats. So the athletes are really giving it every ounce they have in this qualifier, but they're only out there for 3 minutes, so or a little over 3 minutes, so every second does count.
Yeah, and they have some technique zones on the course to prevent somebody from attempting to double pull the whole thing. Although I've never been a great double pull, I can't imagine double pulling all the way up the gong hill. I would certainly be wanting to use my legs to climb that steep hill. It is, I think, a challenging sprint course, and it's good for spectators. They hit the stadium a little bit. There's one big long climb. We're going to hear a lot of cheers from that, and I expect some exciting racing today here at the U.S. National Championships.
You can already see the spectators kind of lining up the beginning of Gong Hill there. And as the heats progress, I think we'll see more and more spectators coming out. This will be a big day for people wanting to watch the very best in the country perform today.
See bib 20, Erica Lavin, University of Utah. She was, I believe, third in the distance race 2 days ago. She has a time of 3 minutes, 29 seconds. Good enough for second place.
But Erin Bianco still standing in the fastest time so far with 3 minutes, 29 seconds, 0.39, which is just 0.27 seconds in front of Erica Lavin.
And again, if you're new to sprint racing, all these athletes are trying to make the top 30. So top 30 will move on to the quarterfinals, semifinals, and hopefully the finals. If you are a junior racer under the age of 20 and you do not make the top 30, but you are in the next top 30 of juniors, we'll have a separate set of heats following the senior heats that will feature the juniors of our nation trying to make World Junior Team and the U18 Cup to Gjøvik, Norway.
And these races are important qualifiers for a multiple set of selection criteria. The World Championships will be selected off these races here at Kincaid Park, the U.S. Nationals' second part of the Super Tour, but also the World Junior Team, the U23 Championships, as well as the World Juniors. So all exciting, and on top of that, you layer in 2 of the 4 races here at Kincaid Park during these national championships are college races, so you have the best collegiate racers out here also competing, making for a very exciting event. And over 430 skiers registered for this event, which is a very large field for nationals of any size, but for all those skiers that travel to Alaska is a privilege and honor for all Alaskans to host.
Just saw Shea Brams, bib 32 from Middlebury College, U23 woman, cross the line. Ahead of her was bib 31 Greta Schultz, Team Berkey, senior woman, with a time of 3 minutes 47 seconds.
And there's 168 women competing today, so we have many more racers that are still in the starting gate waiting to go. Many racers coming across the field, and as Andrew said, the races are starting out every 15 seconds today. It's a different format slightly than the format on Thursday, where they started every 30 seconds. So you have skiers coming across at a very frequent pace here at the finish line, and getting back into their sweats, getting back out on the course to warm down and go rest for those who do make the top 30 and qualify for the heats starting at 1 o'clock.
We see a lot of college teams here up for these championships. As Nina mentioned, it is a college race. Today's not for college points in a UAA invite, but it is part of the program that colleges bring their teams. We saw Marit Flora, daughter of Eric Flora, who coaches APU. She jumped ship and went to ski for UAA. She crossed the line in the green and gold, time of 3 minutes 41 seconds. Finishing bib 35 is Nina Schamberger, University of Utah, in a time of 3:47, sitting in 26th place. So we're getting above bib 30 now. We got Maeve Engelfinger hanging on right in 28th from Dartmouth College. And Quincy Massey Bierman from Middlebury coming in with a good time, 3 minutes 41 seconds, good enough for 16th at the moment. Also see Hannah Abramson from the University of Colorado and Sweden. Just finished bib 38.
And there's a lot of different strategies on how hard you ski the qualification heat or the qualification round here. There's many people who are very good sprinters who tend to not give it 100% to try to save every bit of energy they have for the finals. But there's some that just go out and give it their all here in this heat just to make the top 30. So you really see skiers varying in their techniques and their level of effort. But these skiers, the first 20 skiers were the top seeded best skiers based on sprint points. So they were the fastest as per rated, but really in a sprint race like this, anybody can pop into the top 30 and have a chance at going for the podium.
Yeah, and we mentioned Hannah Abrahamson. She's ended up 33rd, so she's on the outside looking in as a senior woman. Aurora Stiles, U20 from UNH, finished in a time of 3:58. She's probably going to make the junior heats, for example, but she's 37th in the overall standing, so will not make the senior heats. Also had some new finishers, Lena Poduska, Tabitha Williams, and that was just Neve Gerard there, skiing for University of Utah. She's a freshman out of the, I believe, the Pacific Northwest area, and a freshman at the University of Utah. Just crossed the line, 35th place, time of 3 minutes, 48 seconds. So she will be looking to attack the junior heats that will commence after our senior heats go at 12:30 Alaska time.
And as of right now, we have Greta Schultz rounding out the top 30, and she is just 18 seconds back. So the entire top 30 skiers are separated only by 18 seconds. So every second does matter for these skiers. You'll see some of them lunging and pushing their foot forward as they cross the finish line to try to break the timing wand just a split second before their body actually passes.
Yeah, and to recap our top 10 now for the women, we have Erin Bianco leading in qualifying with a time of 3 minutes, 29 seconds out of BSF Pro Team. She is just ahead of Erica Lavin, University of Utah and Sweden in third right now, Mario Poulis from Estonia, Sam Smith, U.S. Ski Team and Sun Valley Ski Education in fourth, Emma Albrecht with a great qualifying run in fifth, time of 3 minutes, 34 seconds. Yves Ondine Duchefour, a senior woman from France and the University of Denver in sixth. Lauren Jortberg is in seventh. Marie Solverud Vangen in eighth. Renee Anderson ninth. And Kate Oldham, the winner of Thursday's 10K interval start, sitting in 10th.
And that's a good sprint race for Kate today, or good qualifying run for Kate. She opted to skip the Super Tour earlier in the year and go home and train at altitude in preparation for this and get some time at home, some good time training, and she's really come into these championships looking good and looking strong, and we know that anything can happen in the heat, so but probably the top 10 at this point are pretty solidly qualified, so they'll be out warming down and getting ready and preparing for the next set of challenges today, being the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and Kate Oldham's from Aspen, Colorado, I believe, now skiing for the Bobcats of Montana State. I was a little surprised to see her at the top of the results in the 10K, but looking through some of her past results, she's been knocking on that door for a while, so I guess I shouldn't have been so surprised that she took the national title here.
I think it was a breakthrough for her yesterday. I think self-proclaimed. She was very happy with it, I think. And it was a good race, solid race, commanding lead yesterday. And congratulations to her and to the MSU team. They actually all had a strong day yesterday.
Yeah, coached by Adam St. Pierre. That program seems to be doing well right now, getting good athletes and helping them perform at their best. Looking through some of the other names you might recognize, Kendall Kramer, skiing for UAF and also part of the U.S. ski team. She was second behind Kate Oldham 2 days ago. She's sitting in 13th. Annabelle Needham 14th and Lucy Anderson in 15th. So as Nina mentioned, these top 15, as we're seeing now, should make it onto the heats. We are kind of moved out of the ranked skiers on the start list as we see Bib 72 heading out on course. So some of these athletes are probably hoping, they're probably more in the junior ranks and hoping to make those junior heats. Of course, anything's possible. If you look for those seconds and take the perfect line with perfect technique, you could crack the top 30.
And a lot of these athletes, starting at this point, also are using this national championships as an opportunity to learn and grow and step up and maybe ski in the championships that they wouldn't normally get a chance to ski in. The APU has nearly 50 skiers skiing in this championship. Winter Stars has also equally a huge contingent out here. So two Alaskan clubs that are taking the opportunity of having the U.S. National Championships in their backyard to give some of the skiers who normally wouldn't be able to start in the national championships an opportunity to race against the very best in the country, which is exciting and a great development opportunity for all.
And on the outside looking in right now, outside the top 30, we have Sydney Palmer Ledger in 32nd. She's a U23 woman. She has pre-qualified for the U23s with a top 30 result in the Davos 20K interval start a few weekends ago. Elected to come over and ski the U.S. Championships, but she will be headed back to Italy for those U23 and World Junior Championships. That's in Bergamo, Chilpario, Italy, coming up later this winter.
And again, as you look out in the stadium on the feed, you can see the banners and flags flapping in the wind. It is blowing probably about 15, 20 knots in the stadium here, and the stadium does get windy as the wind funnels off the ocean and onto the warmer territory here at Kincaid Park. So it is a little nippy out there for the skiers, but they are staying warm for the 3.5 minutes that they're out there on the course. That is for certain.
Yeah, predicting weather in Alaska is never an easy task, and we get a lot of changes based on glaciers and being by the ocean, and we have the Chugach Mountains overlooking Anchorage, and all kind of swirls about us right now, the wind coming out of the north. And in a way, that's kind of nice for the wax techs because it should be green hard wax. There's about 4 options. You could blindfold yourself and pick one of them, and it'll probably be just as good as the other 3, and then you're on your way to classic skiing. I think it's going to change a little bit as the weekend concludes. We're going to get some more warm air coming from the south. These Chinook storms bring warm air up from as far south as Hawaii, lofts it above us. We can get things like freezing rain. We can get snow melt off the mountains. Things get real exciting when we get a Chinook here. Lots of twigs on the snow. But the course is looking good now. It's perfect for classic skiing. Nice and cold, fast and firm. And we like what we see out here.
And speaking of Chinooks, Andrew, we have had some warmer weather here, unusual for Anchorage, Alaska this time of year. And so we are having a little bit smaller snowpack than normal. But a group of great volunteers came out, shoveled, and really did a wonderful job of pulling together this sprint loop with tons of snow. You can see the tracks are nice, deep and hard. The women are going first today, which is a reverse from the order that we went in on Thursday. So they will have the hardest tracks, at least for the qualifiers. But over the course of the day, those tracks will get worn down and will not be as stiff and fun as skiers like them when they're hard and crisp.
Right. Yeah, the stadium and sprint course should be in mostly artificial snow. I was part of that shoveling crew, and we spent most of our time working on Elliott's Climb, which the athletes had to go up yesterday across the top, trying to get the snowpack deep enough for classic tracks because, yeah, we had some good snow early this year, but then it sort of stopped snowing and got warm. We had some melt. We had some of those Chinook storms we get bringing in the warm air. And skiing is great here, and people are surprised that don't ski in Anchorage. I've talked to friends who don't ski, and they're wondering what I've been doing, and I say go out to Kincaid because the skiing's still awesome. Trails look great out here. Took a village to pull these races off, and a village we have. So shout out to all our volunteers working hard to pull this all together.
And still a village. We have over 200 volunteers working out there today. You can see them in their red, white, and blue jackets. But they have been working for weeks to make this happen, but still showing up every morning and here till the very end. Last racer finishes, taking down the gates, and the fencing, and the banners. So a real community effort to pull this race off today. And the race is brought to you by the Nordic Ski Association of Anchorage and the Municipality of Anchorage Parks and Recs. The two title sponsors are ConocoPhillips of Alaska and Toyota. We thank them very much for making this whole race happen. And the top skiers today will take home some cash prize money. The winner today will take home $1,200 as part of their prize, as well as a national championship. To all eligible American skiers, and then second place will take home $600, and third place will take home $300. So there is money on the line today, but certainly most of these skiers today are skiing for the glory of participating in the 2025 United States National Championships, and only one will be the national champion, but we are excited to see who will that be in just a couple of hours.
And a shout out to some of our other sponsors, local support from Orthopedic Physicians of Alaska, Coca-Cola of Alaska, LifeMed Alaska, North Rim Bank, Anchorage Radiation Oncology Center, and Piston Bully USA. The Waxing Village is brought to you by our local consignment store, the Hoarding Marmot. 81 bib crossing the line there. That is Leia Pererd of Ford Sayer Nordic.
And again, you are on your live feed. You are seeing the finishers come across the finish line simply because we can't run multiple cameras when there's this many people all on the course. But during the heats, we hope to have a camera in the start, a camera up on the top of Gong Hill, and then a camera to capture all the excitement at the finish line. So we will try to bring you the race at 3 different points. It is not a long race. It's 1.4 kilometers, and so we will try to bring you all the action that we can during those heats. There will be 5 heats in the senior women's, and then 5 heats in the senior men, and then 5 heats in the senior and the junior women, and then 5 heats in the junior men. So we will have plenty of heats, plenty of action.
Yeah, and you see that 25 meter sign. That's 25 meters to the finish, so you're looking at the finish lanes. And then towards the top of your screen, you might see some athletes streaking by. There's one now, so that's where they skirt the edge of the stadium. When they hit that point, they're about 300-400 meters from the finish. They have to go down a little bit more of a decline, make a hairpin turn, and then a gradual up to the finish stretch. So most of the race is over for them at that point when they streak across the top of your screen, but they still have time to find or time to lose on their way to the finish line. Got over 100 starters now on course, looking at bib 104 about to head out. That is Hannah Koch of the Minneapolis Ski Club now on course. We have bib 88 crossing the line. That is Rose Horning from the University of Vermont, originally from Colorado, I believe Leadville, high altitude baby, now skiing on the East Coast. There's bib 89 crossing the line, Natalie Hood from the APU Nordic Ski Club. Rose Horning slots into 77th position.
And it's fun to see a lot of college racers coming across, all sporting their college team suits. Many of the college athletes also skiing for club teams as well. But what I would say is really refreshing, Andrew, is to see how strong the college teams and diverse the college circuit has gotten. Really strong representation. It used to be that Utah and Vermont and Colorado would be the primary large-sized teams, but you're seeing teams of all sizes from all parts of the country now, and it's wonderful to see programs like NMU and MSU all really supporting large teams at the national championships. So,
yeah, absolutely. It's definitely buoyed our strength as a ski nation. They split their scholarships with some foreigners, which always kind of grumbles some of the local ski fans. But I think bringing in those types of people will lift our skiers as well. And then we get to see people like Sammy Smith, Sydney Palmer Ledger, Johnny Hagenbook raise their levels up by being pushed by our foreign athletes. And these college teams really boost the level of competition that we see at the U.S. National Championships. And I don't think we'd get if we just had the club system. Certainly the club system very important, and it is the model in Europe. Not too many other places have a collegiate ski racing system. I've heard there's one in Russia. I don't know too much about it, but other than that, the U.S. has the college system, and that's where a lot of our athletes are looking to go. There's college coaches here, and if you're a U18 or U16 at your first U.S. Nationals, it's a great time to meet those college coaches and make a name for yourself, try and get a spot on a roster.
And many of the foreign athletes that are coming over and skiing, competing here, have just come off their national teams. And so they have been skiing World Cup, they've been skiing at elite level, and so they really do bring a level of professionalism with them. And it is always wonderful to have those athletes in the race. And I would agree, when I was training and competing in college, I certainly enjoyed racing against people that I was also racing against on the World Cup. I think it does up level the collegiate tour, but also allows there to be a really strong development pipeline coming through the college teams that also supports and augments the pipeline that we have really developed on the club side.
Saw Dash McCabe of the UAA ski team cross the line. She's a freshman Seawolf coming up from the Methow Valley.
And Dash McCabe is the daughter of Laura McCabe, who is a Olympian and a very talented skier, a very beautiful skier herself, but her daughter seems to take after her mother.
Probably a teammate of yours, huh, Laura
teammate
McCabe?
of mine,
Yeah.
yes. As was Leslie Hall, whose son was third yesterday in the men's
Oh, Walker Hall.
competition. Yes, Walker.
All right.
Leslie was a teammate of mine for probably 8 years.
All right. Yeah, it's good to see those names of the next generation. Will Koch has been racing here. Garrett Butts, my coach was Ingrid Butts. She's probably watching the live stream today. Shout out to her. She was probably a teammate of yours as well. So you see those names popping up. It's good to see the ski families keeping the tradition alive.
Ari Endestad, another
Right.
another legacy cross-country ski racer who's done very well by his own right. And while we always talk about Marit and Oscar Flora as being the son of Eric Flora, it is a little-known fact that their uncle, Lars Flora, was also an Olympian and teammate of mine.
That's right. See Mia Stiasny of APU crossing the line in time of 4 minutes. She's good enough for 71st place. She had a great race. I think she was the fourth U18 skier. She's part of a ski family, a little more traditional alpine ski family, but telling her parents she wants to do Nordic and doing well here, trying to punch her ticket to Gjøvik, Norway later this winter.
And we do have to remember that these juniors are, they're racing for those slots to compete in the World Juniors. It is a real honor to compete and a great way to really accelerate your ski career at that point, 16 to 18, 20 years old. And so they're competing for those slots as well as trying to compete with the senior athletes and see how they stack up on the national roster. So they have two sets of results to be watching today.
We have 168 women starters today, at least on the start list. We are now just watching bib 125 go out, so about 2/3 of the way through this qualifying race for the women. And that is bib 109 crossing the line. Bib 109 is Ella Niznik of Northern Michigan University, Wildcats, followed by 110 Alice Jowers, Tahoe Endurance Club.
And it's good to see new clubs like the Tahoe Endurance Club really bringing larger teams to the competitions and introducing a whole new set of athletes to the Kincaid trails here. So we are excited to see the growth of the club system.
Yeah, absolutely. The more options we have to place athletes with good coaching, the better off as a ski nation we will be. Now seeing bib 129 head out on course. Ingrid Halverson, Michigan Tech. And crossing the line, that is bib 114, Linnea Ustigian, Loppet Nordic Racing. I see the purple cow suit of Williams College, bib 113, cross the line, Kira May, U20 skier.
And Williams has had a purple cow suit for as long as I can remember. It's kind of a special icon for the Williams skiers.
Yeah, I don't know the story behind that, but it's as long as I can remember as well, the purple cow spots. I think it just is maybe easier for the coaches to see their athletes through the woods, perhaps.
It is unique.
Stratton Mountain skier across the line, bib 115. And that is Kira Stabile out of Vermont. Welcome skiers from all across the nation to Kincaid Park.
An Alaska Winter Star skier crossing the finish line shortly after her. And Stratton Mountain has a very strong team here. It's great to see their program thriving the way it is, and so many very talented skiers competing for that program as well. That's been around in Nordic history for a very long time, generations and generations of Codwells, obviously
That's right.
coming out of that area, but a program that a lot of us have participated in at some point in our career.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, that team is headlined by Jessie Diggins, but they also have Julia Kern on that team as well. They both had great races this morning in the skiathlon. Julia Kern especially. I was really impressed with her skiathlon race and hanging in the top 10 and the World Cup level, coached by Maria Stuber out in Vermont. Looked like bib 120 across the line. Elliot Sensabaugh, Matsu Nordic.
And the Matsu Nordic team has really come on strong. We've always had a lot of good skiers coming out of the towns just north of Anchorage, but now they have Eric Strabel, who used to be the coach for APU. One of the coaches for APU has gone back to his hometown and is coaching and leading that program, and they've really have a great development team, a great group of younger skiers, and they're really taking the opportunity here to participate in the national championships, having it so close and in their backyard. So wonderful to have so many great skiers from the Matsu Valley.
Yeah, and if you're not from Alaska, the Matsu Valley is just north of Anchorage, including the villages of Palmer and Wasilla. And they have a great venue out there at Government Hill. They have a FIS course. It's one of the hardest courses I've skied on. Well built and, of course, designed by the Strabels. The Strabels have their name all over those skiing history scrolls up there in the valley. And I was impressed by the number of athletes that they had at the Besh Cup a couple weeks ago here at Kincaid Park. Besh Cups are our local ways to qualify for the Junior Nationals or Arctic Winter Games. And I think buoyed by Eric Strabel showing up to help coach that program, they had quite a few athletes that were here for those Besh Cup races. See 126 cross the line now. That is Rennie Solé of our Alaska Winter Stars, coached by Jan Buron. Kind of two main clubs in Anchorage. It's the Alaska Winter Stars and the Alaska Pacific University Ski Club, both in the club program.
And it really is wonderful that there can be two such strong programs that kind of complement each other, and two options for athletes that may want to take one coach over the other or one program over the other, depending on their schedules and their training style. So it is wonderful that they have two programs, and it is a very healthy rivalry, I would say, very respectful.
Just saw bib 129 Ingrid Halverson catching Crested Butte Nordic skier Sophia Bender, 128, so a good race for Ingrid.
In 130 coming across, Lily Murnane from MSU, another MSU skier. So MSU, again, having a really strong contingent here. And I think I saw after the standings, the college standings, after the first day of competition, MSU was in 5th place overall, which is fairly good considering they are one of the younger programs, up-and-coming programs. So wonderful to see them do as well. Obviously, the win yesterday was helpful in that point tally, but we will see after the race tomorrow how the final collegiate standings shape out. Again, there's Alpine points to be added into the overall college calculations, but for the cross-country portion, we calculate those separately here at the national championships.
Yeah, and I don't know if you read the skiing tabloids, but there was some moose drama here, which we do get at Kincaid. Tilda Bongman from MSU had to scrub a little speed to avoid a moose. We had lots of volunteers out shouting and hazing the moose off the course. It's just kind of one of the things we deal with here at Kincaid Park. I believe there's somewhere between 300 and 400 urban moose living in Anchorage. They tend to think themselves as sort of the Tibetan cow. They don't feel like they need to listen to humans or move away from cars. Just kind of do what they want, and we sort of have to live with them as we do in Anchorage, Alaska.
And that was Emily Linton coming across from the Craftsbury Ski Club.
I see Fairbanks skier 136 crossing the line. That is Sophia Bertanow. Oh, that was College of St. Scholastica. Excuse me. They have a very similar looking uniform. 138 crossed the line. Celia Buskline, University of Wisconsin, Green Bay. Seeing bib 155 now heading out on course. Again, we have 168 women on the start list today, so we're getting to the end of the qualifying. Probably start to be able to take some stock on who will be racing the senior heats and who will be the next 30 juniors to get to race those junior heats.
And we will probably take the jury about 30 minutes to confirm the heats, but we will bring those to you as soon as those results to you as soon as those are formalized. The jury does have to go through and calculate the not only the winners for the placement in the first heat. They will calculate it off these results, but then each time that the skiers progress, they have to calculate the lucky losers in each bracket to formulate who will actually move on to the next set of rounds. So the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and then the finals.
A little bit ago, I saw Marley Ireland cross the line. That was bib 140. She caught bib 139, Haley Finch. Marley Ireland is Anchorage skier, born and raised, now skiing for the University of New Hampshire. Daughter of Gary Snyder, cousin to Sophia Laukley on the World Cup.
And there's a lot of brother and brother, sister teams out here today too, which is fun to see and fun to recognize last names, but also fun for the athletes to have a sibling compete. I know that I get to compete in many national championships together with my sister, and it was always nice to have somebody who kind of understood what you were going through, the jitters and happiness to be finished, and nervousness about getting your skis ready into the start on time. So fun to see so many sibling pairs out here.
Was there a certain age that you started to enjoy having your siblings? Because right now I got 3 daughters and they just kind of want to stab each other with their poles and not really be on relay teams together. And I'm just curious if you had some parenting tips maybe that were used on you that made you enjoy ski racing with your siblings, because I'm looking for that right now.
Well, I will say one of us going to college certainly did help.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
You miss them when they're gone, right?
Yes, you do.
Ada Chapman crosses the line, bib 147, Western State, Colorado. I grew up in Crested Butte, just up the road from Western. Good to see Western with a club team back in here. They're not part of the NCAA, but they are building the program back. And as we said earlier, it's great to have options for skiers leaving high school that aren't ready to hang up the boards just yet.
Western State used to be a very dominant team. 20 years ago, they had some of the best skiers on the collegiate circuit there, very good coach. Many programs like that, though, go up and down and are cyclical in nature, and they build and rebuild, and that is sort of the point of how we make sure our club system meshes and stays strong.
Another Western skier crosses the line, bib 150, Maisie Morley.
It looks like we just saw the last woman starter. There will be about a 3-minute break before the men start lining up, and we will see the men take off on the course. There are actually more men than women starting today. There are 218 men competing today, so a few more than the women's side, but strong fields in both men's and women's sprint competition today.
And I think we're just a few minutes away from that sun finally cresting the horizon. We'll get our low-angle Arctic sun here. Maybe bring a little bit of warmth to cut into this north wind. Everybody's got their hoods up, buffs on. It is chilly out there.
And for some of these skiers, the cold air can actually really be difficult. Can cause difficulty in breathing. So a lot of them you'll see wearing their buffs or wearing breathing apparatuses to protect their lungs. Today a little bit warmer again than on Thursday, but athletes do want to be careful when they're breathing that hard. The cold air really can be very disruptive to your lungs and your recovery.
Yeah, I saw a few of those air trim masks that athletes wear. It's pretty tough to race in one, but it is good for warm up. You know, put like a kind of a looks like a pandemic era mask you put on your face to warm up the air as you inhale it, prevent some of that burn that can occur when you're breathing in cold air at a rapid rate.
Most of what the athletes are worried about right now, though, is they've just gone out, they've done a good warm up, they've gone out and they've gone extremely hard for 3.5 minutes. They've raised their lactate levels to, depending on the athlete, somewhere between 3 and 10 millimoles. And now they have to clear that lactate out because they do not want that lactate sitting around in their legs for the next 2 hours as they wait for their heat. Otherwise, when they try to go out and race again, their legs will feel heavy, stiff, and they won't have the flexibility and the mobility and then in their muscles to do what you have to do in a sprint race, which is be very reactive and very quick on your feet, very nimble and agile in your movements as you kind of maneuver around the other skiers in your heat. So they want to make sure they're getting a good warm down in, getting some rest, getting some fluids, resting as much as they can before they have to go back out and warm up. And on a day like this, you need to warm up a little longer and warm down a little longer. So that just makes the rest and the break a little bit shorter.
And what did sprint racing look like at the tail end of your career? Because it was just kind of getting going in mine, and I remember my best U.S. Nationals result was 28th, but they only took 16 into the heats at the time, so I didn't get to race in the heats. I don't remember what sprinting looked like at the end of your career compared to what it does now.
So I retired in 2002. So sprint racing came into my career about 2/3 of the way through, and it was kind of it was certainly not popular by the traditionalists that were going to introduce this short, crazy sprint that was you were able to see everything from the stadium, but it was immediately popular in the United States, very popular with the athletes, popular with the spectators. So it really grew quite fast, and we had many Americans that just were naturally very talented. Carl Swinson, Keegan Randall, obviously many who tended to do better in those races. But when we first started, no one trained for sprinting the way they do now. The core strength and the kind of explosiveness in the training was not necessarily something that we focused on. So many of the distance skiers did just as well in the sprints as the natural-born sprinters. But as time went on, and by the time I retired in 2002, you had people starting to really recognize that they were a better sprinter or a better distance skier. I mean, some were good at both, as you'll see out here today. We'll see many of the people that were in the top 5 in Thursday's distance race to be in the top 5 again today or in the final. But there are some people that do choose that their body type may lend itself to sprinting over distance or vice versa. But there's just as many athletes who will say that they're better classic skiers than they are skate skiers. So
Right.
you really, this is for many of the development athletes, they are trying to kind of figure that out. And a place of trying it out at a place like Nationals is a great way to do that because you're comparing yourself to the very best in the country, and it's a good litmus test to see where you excel and what you enjoy, which is also important.
I think sprinting has caused some involvement in the technique as well, because now we see, and especially in classic sprinting, back to like running up these hills. Some of the things that like Johannes Klebo is doing on the World Cup has transformed what athletes think they can do or what they are able to do on some of these really hard climbs. They just sort of end up running as the fastest way to get up some of these steep hills. Well, now we're on to the men's qualifying round. You see bib 209 heading out, so we've had 8 starters ahead of him. Bib 209, Michael Earnhardt of the APU Nordic Ski Club, now on course. And in just a little bit of time, we should see our first men's finishers coming at us. Bib 210 now on course, Christopher Kalev of Team Berkey. He will be followed by Peter Wolter of Sun Valley Ski Education Foundation. So we are in the top-ranked men's skiers now, looking to qualify in the top 30. One skier every 15 seconds going out. And let's see, they should be probably faster than 3 minutes, I would think, for them to get around this course. The women were doing it in about 3.5 minutes, and we should get an indication of what the men's times are very shortly. I see our first finisher coming towards us now. Winner of 2 days ago, John Steele-Hagenbook.
First out of the gate today and first across the finish line. But clearly has expanded his lead a bit over the person who's following him, who's just now coming into the view.
Yeah, and that was Will Koch, skiing for the University of Colorado, driving to the line. It does look like he's a little more than 15 seconds behind Hagenbook. We will get you those times as the live timing populates.
And next coming across is Christopher Olm Karlsrud, crossing the finish line, shoving his foot far in front of him there to maximize every second.
And not far behind that is Bib 204, Florian Knopf, University of Denver. Good race for Florian.
Florian, a former German national team skier, also a very good sprinter, with a very strong performance in the qualifying heats.
I suspect he'll be one of the favorites for the podium today.
It looks like we have Will Koch and Johnny Hagenbook very, very close together in first and second.
Yeah, they didn't break the 3-minute mark, but they were darn close. 3 minutes, 1 second. Oh, and Florian Knopf now time populated 2:58, so they are right at that 3-minute barrier. Florian Knopf, your new race leader. Looks like the Craftsberry racing suit. John Schwinghammer coming across the line. So right now Florian Knopf leading the race with a time 2 minutes 58 seconds ahead of Will Koch, John Steele-Hagenbook, and Buster Richardson. This price says Derek Richardson on your live timing page. Goes by Buster, pretty much is a Buster. So that's what we will refer to him as the rest of the day. He's in fourth. John Swinghammer currently sitting in fifth, 7 seconds behind Florian Knopf. And sixth is Christopher Karlsrud. Walker Hall finishing, University of Utah.
Again,
Slots himself into fifth.
Had a very good race yesterday, 2 days on Thursday, in the 10-kilometer classic skate.
Some of the other names coming up, Bib 214, keep an eye on him. Andreas Kirkang, I believe he was second 2 days ago, second or third. Murphy Kimball, the UAA ski team, he got a World Cup start in the Canmore sprints a year ago, so he's got a little World Cup experience that he's taken with him onto the college circuit.
And Murphy, one of those that tends to be better at the sprint races anyway, so we look for him to do well today.
Carl Rune, University of Utah, crosses the line, Bib 212, originally from Sweden. Michael Earnhardt sitting in second now, bumps Will Koch to third. Michael just over a second behind Florian Knopf.
Again, as in the women's race, a very, very tight race. Very few seconds separating each of the skiers, and as they come across the line. And Murphy Kimball just coming across the line there, falling into the snow, having given it all he had. Looks like a strong finish from Murphy Kimball.
So now we see Andreas Kirkang moves into third position, just behind Michael Earnhardt. And Murphy Kimball with a great race, so he's going to bump it back, mix it up, and take second, just under a second behind Florian Knopf. Florian Knopf hanging on to that lead. So we got two skiers in under 3 minutes now.
And waiting for the time for Adam Woltowski and Hugo Hickefus, both strong sprinters that just came across the finish line.
Just saw Bib 218, Trey Jones, University of Colorado, originally from Steamboat, Colorado, now skiing for the Buffaloes in Boulder.
And Luke Jager in bib number 219 coming across, also looking very strong. A good race yesterday, tied for fourth. In the 10-kilometer classic, a strong race for Luke.
Yeah, and Luke was eligible to compete in period one, but electing to stay back in Anchorage, get some training in, and is looking strong here. He was on the podium, I think, every race in the Cable Super Tour, and may have been bumped by a foreign skier, but was on the podium because being the third American 2 days ago. So I suspect Luke will do well today in a classic sprint.
And Luke goes into first place with the best time of 2:56. So he is in the top spot. So he did look strong coming across the finish line, but the results reflect that as well.
Yeah, so that'll put Florian Knopf into second, and Murphy Kimball currently sitting third. Hugo Hinkfist slots in there at 2:59, just under 3 minutes as well. So ahead of Michael Earnhardt, Hugo in fourth.
And Reed Goebel coming across the line looking strong. And right behind him, Zachary Yane from University of Utah.
Yeah, and we have two University of Utah skiers in a row. I don't know if we've seen Bib 224 yet. Maybe Joe Davies did not race. Joe Davies transferred over from University of Alaska Fairbanks. And Great Britain skier. I think he's got multiple Canada, Great Britain. He can ski for any nation he wants probably at this point. Bib 225 there, crossing the line. Luke Fricker, Northern Michigan University.
Another Canadian joining us here at the National Championships in the name of his college. But so far we have Luke Jagger standing at the top of the list at 2 minutes and 56 seconds. So you were right, Andrew. They did break the 3-minute barrier. At least the very top 5 will probably all be under or close to under that 3-minute barrier, and probably faster. Well, could be faster in the final. It could be slower. It depends if we have one of those finals where they're all pushing each other, or it's more of the cat and mouse. Let's wait till the finish and have it come down to a sprint.
Bib 228 crossed the line. That's Max Cluck, listed as unaffiliated skier. Probably because he's redshirting for University of Denver. No, excuse me, that's wrong. Was looking at Elijah Wienig. Max Cluck skis for Utah, I've been told. Appreciate that. And when you're redshirting, so you don't use a year of eligibility, then you get on the results as unaffiliated. So to cover the current top 10, Luke Jagger, time of 2:56, is your qualification leader at the moment. Florian Knopf from the University of Denver in second. Murphy Kimball, UAA, third. Hugo Hinkfist, University of Colorado, in fourth. Michael Earnhardt, APU, in fifth. Andreas Kirking, also University of Denver, sixth. Will Koch, University of Colorado, in seventh. Trey Jones, University of Colorado, eighth. Zachary Jane, University of Utah, ninth. And Peter Wolter from Sun Valley Ski Education Foundation rounds out your top 10.
And those will likely may change around a little bit, but they will likely, all 10 of the top 10 will likely make it on to the heats.
Garrett Butts crossed the line there, 2:33.
Which is really the objective, is they want to all make sure that they make that top 30, qualify for the heat, and have the appropriate amount of energy left to really give it them all to progress from the quarterfinals to the semifinals and on to the finals. But it is a lot of racing when you actually add it up over the day of warming up for each of those heats as well as the qualifying race. So it actually is 4 races for those that go all the way to the final, which really is taxing on your body. So it will be interesting to see who is strongest in that final heat and who has what it takes to bring home the national championship.
Yeah, I think this course really plays to tactics. I think you're going to have to be really tactically smart. And it also has a big climb in it, so you have to be fit and strong as well. So it's going to kind of come down to tactically timing your push. And if you can break away from that field, you better do it in a big way if you're going to do it on that climb. If you don't get more than 5 or 6 meters off the front, then the slipstream behind you, there's enough downhill coming off the Gong Hill that the group can certainly come back together through the final hairpin and into the finish, leading to whoever did their yoga is going to move on and stretch for the line there, will be the ultimate winner.
And really it comes down to 2 types of skiers. Either you're the type of skier who wants to make your move on the hill, in which Gong Hill is the place to do it. You need to be decisive, like you said, Andrew, up and over the top, out of the reach of the rest of the pack, because they're chasing as a pack, which is all we know when we watch bike racing, much more efficient. Or you wait, if you're a sprinter, you wait till the end and you hope everybody else has put out a lot of energy on the hill, and you bring it home in the finish line. There are only 4 tracks into the finish, so you do need to be in a good position in that final stretch, and it is gradual uphill into the finish. Even though it looks flat on the camera, it is a gradual uphill. It is into the wind today directly, so it will have its own challenges of when you duck behind people today and catch the draft versus when you choose to take the lead.
Saw a couple APU skiers cross the line, Ari Endestad and Dane Karch. I believe Dane Karch, originally from the Tahoe area, just joined the APU club, I believe, this winter. He was followed by Wilson Moore, BSF Pro Team, and Cole Flowers, UAF Ski Team. Cole electing to go to Fairbanks, coming out of Anchorage. He is a freshman, Nanook.
And these skiers are what we would probably say are in the B seed or C seed. They don't have that today, but they would be B seed or C seed skiers based on their sprint points. And these skiers are coming in, in the 20s and 30s for the most part as their result, which for many of them is exactly where they expect to be. But I think for some had probably had higher hopes. But it is Ari Endestad ended up in 34th. Dane Karch ended up in 29th. Wilson Moore in 34th. Cole Flowers in 9th, which was a good performance by him. Davis Issam in 34th. Peter Hines in 11th. A strong race from Peter, who's from UAA, just crossing the finish line.
Yeah, and again, if you're a U20 skier and you make the top 30, you will get to race in those senior heats, and that's certainly something every one of those skiers is striving to do. You want to be knocking heads with those seniors, and that will turn the heads of the U.S. coaches and give you a much better chance of punching your ticket over to Europe later this winter. Outside of those junior skiers that don't make it in, there's certainly battles to be won and lost in the junior heats, and we'll see some hard-fought battles throughout the day as skiers from all ranks and quarterfinals are trying to make their name on the U.S. circuit and get on some of these trips to Europe. That is the ultimate goal. If not a trip to Europe, then a spot on an elite club team or a college team. Lots to be had, lots on the line, and that's why we see such big efforts, hard efforts from these athletes despite the cold and challenging temperatures.
Well, and even the elite athletes, even the athletes that have either pre-qualified or are likely to qualify, they're racing for start rights. So if they're a sprinter, they want to do well today. They want to stand out. They want to be noticed by the coaches so that when the decision comes down who starts at the World Championships in that sprint race, they are a contender for one of those positions.
Yeah, the World Champs in Trondheim, Norway, coming up the end of February, first week of March, is pretty much the biggest circle on everybody's racing calendar this winter, and it is going to be quite the scene to have the World Champs back in Norway for the first time since 2011. Should be a good party scene, and I myself am excited to get to go and watch those. I will be there for some of those races.
And I competed, Andrew, in the World Championships in Trondheim when it was held in 2001.
Oh, wow.
And it was a wonderful way to compete. The Norwegians certainly know how to put on a ski race, but they also certainly know how to be wonderful spectators and to ski in front of that kind of
energy.
Loud, excited Norwegian fans is
Yeah.
pretty thrilling and exciting, and they root for everybody, not just the Norwegians, but they love the Americans. They love singing Bruce Springsteen as you ski past. So great opportunity for Americans to go over and experience the Norwegian culture. We actually stayed on cruise ships in the fjord in Norway, which national championships in Anchorage get any bigger, maybe we'll have to bring some cruise ships in to house all the athletes here.
That's right. 2:58 now crossing the line. That is Aaron Power, Dartmouth College.
And former service high skier, ski meister from Anchorage, Alaska. Went on, I believe, his sophomore year at Dartmouth College this year.
And it must be his brother Joel Power for the University of Colorado Buffaloes.
That is correct. One of those brother duos.
Well, we've got 72 starters now on course. So we're working towards the halfway mark of the men's qualifying round. Hatcher Mankins is 272, so he is now on course. Again, you're looking at the finishing stretch, and at the top of your screen you can see about 400 meters to the finish. They'll streak through the screen, and then they'll pop up coming towards the finish. Look like bib 261 across the line. Finn Christensen, Green Mountain Valley School. Coached by Colin Rogers. 262 now across the line. Nate Stroibel, Jackson Hole, Ski Club. Starting to look like more of these skiers are skiing to their bib number, not as much shake up in the top 30 now that we've moved out of some of the higher ranked skiers. Bib 264 crosses the line. Joel Power. There's another Power, Montana State University.
And it is a good reminder that not everybody is racing for a international team. A lot of the athletes here, this is a qualifier for their junior nationals or other regional races. So some of the athletes here competing to try to make the junior national championships held here domestically. And this is one of the key qualifying races. So and then finally, there are many athletes that are competing because this is a great way to improve your FIS points. So the FIS points are better in races where there's a lot of good skiers who have low points themselves. It allows you, if you have a good race, to lower your points. So an opportunity for people who don't race in Europe and compete internationally often to improve their own point standings.
Yeah, and as you ratchet down your FIS points, you get better start rights. You get to go out early in the qualifying. You get to be at the head of the chevron and mass starts, and those all become factors as you work your way up the ranking list. Bib 269 now crossing the line. That was Seawolf skier. Looks like Garrett Seaver, Canadian, new on the team this year. We also recently saw Charles Ben Oldham cross the line, skiing for UNH, Callahan Waters from Bridger Ski Foundation, and Benjamin Barbier skiing for Montana State. Those are some of your recent finishers that you may have seen streak across your screen there into the finish. So Luke Jager still holding on to that top spot. And actually we had a little bit of a shake-up. Erlen Bjornstad of the UAA ski team slots into second. So great race for him. He's 2 seconds back, though, of Luke Jager. So Luke looking very strong in the qualifying and will likely continue that kind of dominance into the heats, being on his home course. In third, Florian Knopp. Fourth, Murphy Kimball. Fifth, Hugo Hinkfist. Sixth, Michael Earnhardt. Seventh, Andreas Kirkang. Eighth, Will Koch. 9, Trey Jones. 10th, Cole Flowers.
And I think Luke said after his race on Thursday that it's there is definitely a home trail advantage, but it works both ways. You remember every good race you've had on this course and every bad race you've had on this course. Hopefully you learn from the bad and enjoy the good, but he certainly has done well today, and we hope to see him continue to excel. He's a local crowd favorite, not only because he's a wonderful skier, but and very beautiful to watch, but also he gives back to the next generation that follows him and looks up to him. He's a Healthy Futures hero, which means he helps younger athletes stay active and encourages people to get out during their recess and lunchtime and do activities outside of just skiing. So one of the favorites here locally in Anchorage and throughout Alaska.
Yeah, and I've known him since I moved here, I guess, in 2011, and he's always been kind of an outspoken, loud guy, energetic, positive, and that's rubbed off on the community around him, no doubt. Looking at bib 276, still collapsed on the line. I think he had a good race. That's UAA skier Matthias Sokolski. UAA looking strong here. He passed the skier that started in front of him. So a good race for some of these college athletes. There's winter star skier, bib 279, Vebjorn Flagstad. Speaking of UAA, his father, Tron Flagstad, is the current coach of the Seawolves.
And Vebjorn is a Alaska Winter Star and has been actually really skiing quite well this year. Done well in the Besh Cups, the races here locally leading up to the national championships, and good to see him have a good qualifying round here.
Yeah, and he's a U18 skier, but currently in the top 6 for World Junior Championship team. They like to take 6 men and 6 women on that trip, and if you're a U18 and you make it in that group, then you earn that spot just as a U20 skier would. And right now, he's leapfrogging that U18 trip and trying to make a statement that he should go to Italy instead.
Both great options.
Right? Thomas O'Hara is now APU. He's hanging on to 30th, so he's in the hot seat to get bumped out of the senior heats. Just bumped out now. Keelan Durham now sitting in 31st for Williams College. Looking at other than Luke and Michael Earnhardt, all the top 10 are college skiers, and all of them are Western college skiers. You have to go down to 11th, Jack Christner, Middlebury College. Great race for him. U23 male in 11th.
And the Western skiers always have a little bit of an advantage this time of year. You see that round itself out when NCAAs come around, but they have been on snow a little earlier. They do have access to West Yellowstone in a little bit easier fashion. A lot of the Alaskan skiers have been on snow since October. So there are, some advantages to going to school in the West Coast. That does tend to even itself out by the time the NCAA championships come around, but it does also show the dominance of the college circuit and the fact that the college skiers are performing well. I think college skiers tend to do better also in the early season sprints. A lot of the elite skiers that are really good sprinters are over in the Tour de Ski, which tends to focus on shorter races a bit more, and so they tend to excel here. And
yeah, and I've seen that play out at the NCAA's. There was a couple years when I was coaching UAA that we had great snow all winter, and by the time we got to the NCAA's, where the Eastern colleges that did not have a good winter, they were all smiling, excited to have great snow. They were fired up, and they kicked the West butt at NCAA's because the West had just been, skiing in bluebird sunshine all winter long, and it kind of like the luster of racing sort of wore off, I think, on them, and the East Coast was finally able to ski on some great snow, and were they fired up, and boy, it showed in the results. They dominated the West. So yeah, to your point, things start to switch around as the season progresses. It's a long winter up here in Alaska, and you see that often with Fairbanks starting skiing sometime September, October. It's tough to keep that top-level fitness all the way through to March.
294, Phineas Fisher coming across the finish line, skiing for MSU.
I think that's one of the best names out here, Phineas Fisher.
I wanted to announce it because it was fun to say.
Yeah. Blake Hanley, UAF ski team, coming across 295.
Blake comes from a longtime Alaskan family. Great to see that he's staying in Alaska and attending UAF.
You have a nephew in the start list, is that right?
He's not competing today, but yes, I believe he raced on Thursday and competing tomorrow, hopefully. The cold air got a little bit of the best of him on Thursday.
Okay. For Fort Sayer skier crossing the line, 296. That is James Underwood.
Fort Sayer, a program out of Hanover, New Hampshire. And back to the discussion about East Coast versus West Coast. You actually see it play out also in the junior nationals Alaskans have years in which they or West Coast regions tend to dominate, and the years that the East Coast and some years that the Midwest tends to dominate. It really is a seasonal thing. So you can see the Alaska Cup, which is the cup earned by the region at Junior Nationals that wins the most points. That rotates around a bit more than it did traditionally, and that is a good, healthy thing to see. Creates good competition and good inspiration for everybody to want to take the cup back.
I think New England has been kind of dominating that the last few years, if I recollect correctly.
I think New England has the benefit of having many college athletes that compete at the Junior National Championships. So
Bib 301 crossing the line. Wells, Wappet, Fairbanks. Some awesome looking cornrows there.
Wells, the daughter of Haley Wappet, who also skied. Her mother was also a very good Alaskan skier.
There's a few Wappets. I think I saw Wells Wappet win the Junior Nationals in Fairbanks about 3 or 4 years ago.
And we are seeing bib number 317 take off out of the starting line as we speak. 317 is Oliver Matke from St. Michael's.
And St. Michael's sits in Burlington, Vermont, just across the Winooski River from the University of Vermont. And I see a couple St. Michael's Saints heading out. I guess it's the St. Scholastica Saints and the St. Michael's something else.
Yeah, we have 3 St. Michael skiers starting right in a row. And double pulling strong across the finish line is 307. 307 is Marcus Brian Groth. Marcus is from Tromdo Ski Lag.
Yeah, I believe that's just real close to Lillehammer, Norway. A little bit south of there, I believe. Fairbanks skier 308 crossing the line. Alexander Bertoneau. That's St. Scholastica. That threw me off before. I got to work on my suits, race suits here. Blue and gold. Final starter of the men's will be wearing bib 418. So 218 starters. Started at bib 200, I believe. 201. So we're over halfway now through qualifying round. And that sun has started to reach above the treetops here at Kincaid Park. Andrew Castning here with Nina Kempel on the call for you today. Thanks for joining us, near and far, ski fans of the U.S. and perhaps some parental units from over in Europe tuning in to watch their skiers perform on the different college teams. Good to have you with us. I'd like to thank some of our sponsors that we have, including Toyota of Alaska and ConocoPhillips. Those are our presenting and local sponsors. Bibs provided by Kappa. We also have additional local support from Orthopedic Physicians of Alaska, Coca-Cola, LifeMed Alaska, North Rim Bank, Anchorage Radiation Oncology Center, and Piston Bully USA.
And for those of you just joining us, Luke Jagger from Anchorage, Alaska is still holding strong in the top qualifying spot with a time of 2:56, and followed closely by Erling Bjornstad in 2:58. Luke Jaeger skis for APU and Erling skis for UAA. And rounding out the third place is Florian Knopf from the University of Denver. So those are your top 3. The rest of the top 10 is Murphy Kimball in 4th, which is a good race for Murphy from the UAA ski team. Hugo Hinkfuss of University of Colorado in 5th. Michael Earnhardt in 6th from APU. Andreas Kirkling in 7th from University of Denver. Will Koch in 8th from University of Colorado. Trey Jones in 9th from University of Colorado. Cole Flowers in 10th. Running at the top 10, Cole Flowers from the UAF ski team. So those are your top 10 as they stand. That is qualification only, so that really will, all of those results will be erased, and everybody starts equally on the starting line again as we begin the quarterfinals. As soon as we complete the men's race, but we still have quite a few more men getting ready to depart out onto the course, and we will watch and follow all of our starters today, all of our the rest of our men as they go off and enjoy. As Andrew mentioned, the sun just peeking over and shining on Gong Hill for the first time today. We will only have the sun for probably about an hour and a half before it starts to set again, so we will enjoy every minute of it. But it is bringing a little bit of warmth to those athletes that are out there in what would be a chilly, blustery day outside.
Yeah, and if you wanted to make the top 30, it looks like you needed to be as close to about 3 minutes in the men's race as possible. So Thomas O'Hara is still holding on to that last hot seat spot in 30th place, skiing for APU. His time was 3 minutes, 6 seconds. So if you want to get in the top 30, you need to be faster than 3 minutes and 6 seconds, and you will be in the senior heats. Women will get going first at the senior heats, quarterfinals beginning at 12:30, and there should be a heat going about every 5 minutes. From that point on, we'll roll from senior heats right into junior heats. A lot of ski racing action to come here from Kincaid Park. And Nina and I are glad that you could join us looking at this sun come through the window now. Bib 324 crossing the line. That is Landon Laverdiere of Ski and Snowboard Club Vail out of Minturn, Colorado.
And again, the college ski racers today not competing for any official college points, but out here enjoying the opportunity to compete against other ski racers that they have known, grown up with. Many of them go to colleges, but get to compete with some of their high school teammates at this event, and always fun to come back around and see all of the people that you get to see only once a year or twice a year at events like the National Championships or other Super Tour events.
Yeah, there's really only a few events throughout the year that brings college, juniors, and seniors together. This is certainly one of them. Even the Spring Nationals doesn't always draw as many juniors, at least from further around the country. They've probably missed enough school at that point. They need to get back in the classroom. But this is the moment when we all come together and get to knock heads and see how the summer training worked out, see if we've made gains and worked on our weaknesses, racing to our strengths, and make a name for yourself here at the U.S. National Championships. There is, looks like bib 330 crossing the line, Basile Platet. That is the FXC Fairbanks XC Ski Club suit.
And just as a reminder, the top 30 will be rounded out by the top 30 fastest times today in the qualifying heat, and they will be divided into 5 heats of 6 that will run concurrently. And while all athletes that are competing today are eligible to win the overall race, the sprint race, only American athletes are eligible to be a national champion. So all the foreign athletes, of which there are quite a few in the top 30 for both the men and the women, will be competing for the prize money and for the glory of being first today in the race, but only American athletes will be eligible to be the national champion, crowned national champion today. And Keegan Randall just delivered the results from the USA results from the World Cup from today's Tour de Ski, and on the men's side in the 20-kilometer skiathlon in Val d'Femme, Slandon McMullen was 17th, 22.9 seconds back. Ben Ogden was a minute and 3.9 seconds back in 21st, and Jack Young was 52nd, and he was 6 minutes and 4 seconds back. On the women's side, the 20K skiathlon, Jessie Diggins netted out at 5th, 56 seconds out. Julia Kern had a good race at 7th. She was 2 minutes and 10 seconds out. And Sophia Lockley was 20th with 5 minutes and 1 second back.
One
Uh,
more stage to go, huh? It's the hill climb. It's always an exciting one to watch.
so Andrew, we know you see those results. What is your reaction? I mean, kind of a standard race for Jesse. Good day for Julia. Any other thoughts or impressions?
Yeah, I know Jesse's dealing with a little bit of a foot injury. Seems to flare up in Classic. She looks so good in one of those early Classic races. I've never seen her Classic ski like that with 500 meters to go. I mean, it was Diggins unleashed. She absolutely just uncorked one at the end to take the win, and then it kind of seemed like that might have caught up to her. She's had to forego wearing the or let go of the Tour de Ski leader's bib and pass it off to a Norwegian competitor, but she's still in the hunt, and I think will always do well in the climb. Sophia Laukley won that hill climb a year ago in a pretty dominating fashion. She's always fun to watch on the uphill skiing, so we'll look for her to do really well. I think it was a great race for Xandon McMullen um, to come in 17th, top American. I know Gus Schumacher was doing great and then came down with sickness. Unfortunately, same thing happened to him last year. It's kind of a war of attrition in that Tour de Ski. It's a grueling, I don't know, 7 races in 8 days or something like that, and that really can pile up on you. And I know Gus is not the only one to have had to pull out for health reasons. But it's exciting to watch, and if you don't have a subscription to skiandsnowboard.live, I would recommend you get one, because that is where you will find all the World Cup European racing action for seeing how our U.S. athletes are doing overseas.
And I think the Tour de Ski has always been a difficult choice for athletes. A great opportunity to race a lot, race against the best. It's some really fun, intense racing, but a lot of camaraderie for everybody going through it together, because it is so intense and a lot of racing back to back. But at the same time, it is at a critical time of year when you are missing your own championships, and also a time of year when you really do want to be doing some different kinds of training for, depending on your plan for preparation for the World Championship. So it's always a dilemma for skiers to go or not to go to the Tour de Ski, but I explain it to some. It's like the Tour de France of ski racing. It's every day, it's grueling, it's hard, and it is relentless.
Yeah, and they've had some great courses over there too. One big 20K loop the other day was awesome to see. Kind of gets back to the old school heart of the sport, interval start style, you against the clock. And it comes down to more fitness than just straight up tactics and being able to hang on. So they've done a good job of mixing up some of the formats and distances, and even though it's only in 2 venues this year, the Tour de Ski it's been exciting. And like I said, I encourage you guys to tune into that, as well as our domestic athletes here racing today at Kincaid Park. I was looking over Luke Jager's past results, because he's starting to look like the heavy favorite to not only take the qualifying, but certainly be on the podium in the finals today. And in the Spring Nationals last year, he got all first place. So he's looking to add to that national title resume with another sprint win.
And the problem with the sprint is you can look at the points, you can look at the results from the past, but each day is different, and one little hook of your ski tip in the wrong place could dash all hopes. But we certainly hope that the skiers like Luke are experienced enough to stay out of the fray and ski the best race that they have in them. And it's always good to see a good, healthy, clean sprint race with no one going down, no poles being broken. It's always the best competition to watch and to ski, quite frankly.
So we're starting to see in the 350s now crossing the line. We're solidly into our junior ranked skiers. So most of these are U18, U20 skiers, a few U23s sprinkled in. So these are probably some of these skiers' very first ever U.S. National Championships. I'm wondering what you remember, Nina, from your first U.S. National Championships.
Yeah, I remember it feeling quite daunting, and I remember thinking how fast everybody was. And, having grown up in Anchorage, Alaska, there was certainly a lot of wonderful women skiers around that were skiing very fast. Len Spencer, J.J. Piat, Liz Carey, a lot of people to follow around here, but to be around, hundreds of really fast women was very daunting, but also a wonderful learning experience. I think, I probably finished in the bottom half, certainly, but learned a lot, watched very closely and intently of what everybody did, and tried to emulate and copy.
And was that here in Anchorage, your first?
My first national championships, I believe, was in Biwabik, Minnesota.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was my first junior nationals. And I remember the same things. The skiers looked really tall to me, being a little altitude baby. And I think I came in the last 10 places that first year. So a big learning curve in your first big time races. And you kind of end up with deer in the headlights at moments with all the intense skiers that are here that have worked really hard to be the best that they can be. And it's a learning curve and a jump to make that level and kind of realize what you need to do to be competitive at the national level, and then moving beyond to the World Cup and Olympic level.
Well, I certainly learned a lot. The little known fact by me is I actually went to my first nationals when I was 15. I guess 16 actually in the winter, and I won a senior national championship, but never a junior national championship. So I won a senior national championship as a junior, but never won the junior nationals.
Yeah, and Keegan Randall never won a state title,
Yes.
but then went on to win an Olympic gold. So development can come later. There is bib 363 lunging for the line. That is Sylvester Williams, Team Soldier Hollow out of Utah.
Having a very dramatic finish.
That should score high on the Diggins Collapse Index. I don't know if if the scores are here for that, or if you know what I'm talking about. It's an Instagram handle that rates people's collapses and falls and durations and style points as they put forth maximum effort and collapse across the finish line. Something slightly unique, I think, to cross-country ski racing, and always sort of interesting decisions what athletes need to do when they cross the line, whether or not they sprawl out or just collapse down to their knees. It's a hard effort.
And that was Sylvester Williams, who came across in a dramatic fashion from the team Soldier Hollow. And Soldier Hollow has a wonderful but challenging sprint course there. I'm sure you skied that one, Andrew, as well, but also a little bit similar to here in that there's a lot of open area, maybe even a little bit more open than Kincaid, but you can see people going up the big hills. And to me, probably the classic cat and mouse sprint course when Thomas Alsgaard and Silvania Favova from Italy played cat and mouse in the sprint and literally came to a stop on the top of the last hill in the relay.
I remember that.
Because neither one of them wanted to lead down the hill. Well, we may have a little of that on top of Gong Hill today, where no one wants to be the one that breaks the win on the way down Gong Hill, setting himself up for people to fly by into the finish. So we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, there's a real big downhill with a couple sweeping corners about halfway through this race course today, and it's going to be, there'll be draft for sure. There'll be slipstream and tactics that play out, and if you really want to solidify yourself in the front, you need a solid lead over the top of Gong Hill. Otherwise, the skiers that are behind you can probably work together in the draft and catch you before the finish. So the tactics between the halfway up the Gong Hill and over the top of that will certainly dictate how things shake out by the finish.
And I think that this holds true today, but certainly there are certain skiers who have the ability to kind of see the holes and see where they can slip through and slide around, and have a really innate tactical sense about them of where to be and when to make the move. And certainly today will be one of those days where tactics does play a big part, and you can see as the skiers are kind of coming around that big corner on the back side of the screen that the viewers are watching, taking the right line on some of those corners, and not necessarily the line where the rut naturally forms, but will be an important part of today. The snow is man-made for the most part on the entire sprint course, so it is older, granular snow. The crystals are fairly rounded, so the getting in and out of the tracks may or may not have as much impact, so that does give the skiers a little bit of freedom. You do have to watch a little bit that you don't get yourself into trouble out of the tracks, but for the most part on the corners and downhills, they're free to maneuver in any way possible to stay on their skis and make the corners efficient and quick. And we have last 30 of our starters here getting ready to leave the starting gate. We have 391 just leaving now, Braxton Thornley from Alaska Winter Stars going out onto the course.
And I just saw Walker Rollinson, Auburn Ski Club, I believe, bib 377 cross the line, followed by 378. That is Luke Pearson from the Bridger Ski Foundation.
And the Bridger Ski Foundation has a big team here, which is really great to see. I think they kind of build off the success of MSU and vice versa. Good to see that program excelling, and a good coaching staff there. It seems like a really good team training environment. The athletes really enjoy the area, the training area, and Bozeman is certainly not a bad place to spend time if you're a cross-country skier. So wonderful to see that program growing and thriving, and there's so many athletes here at this event.
Yeah, a lot of money I think has been put into that cross-cut mountain ski area, really developing it into a top-notch biathlon venue, as well as great ski trails there. They have hosted U.S. Nationals in the past. I raced there a couple decades ago at this point. So it's a good ski town with a good vibe, and they have a lot of athletes here representing that vibe. 383 crosses the line. Looks like Oscar Flora, APU Nordic Ski Club. Oscar's a U18 skier.
Oscar is a U18 skier, obviously skis for APU and Service High School, and certainly one of the up-and-coming, if not premier, high school athletes that we have here in our state, and hoping to follow in his uncle's footsteps and move onward to international competitions and the Olympics.
Yeah, and Oscar's in a fun rivalry with Babyorn Flagstad. So the APU coach, his son, is duking it out with the UAA coach's son, and they go back and forth quite often. I've noticed Babyorn is certainly a better runner, but Oscar Flora can hang with him on skis. So that's been fun to watch that rivalry play out. Right now, Oscar Flora is sitting in 20th on the World Junior ranking list. But he may punch his ticket to that U18 trip.
Which would be a good achievement for Oscar and that whole younger generation of juniors that is coming up. Not yet in their, not yet 20, but a great opportunity to go to Scandinavia. A lot of athletes that have come off the Scandinavian Cup trip have really enjoyed the experience, thought it was a wonderful way to take a first step into international competition and not really interfere as much with their high school competition.
Yeah, and I missed that trip by just a few seconds when I was a junior, and it was heartbreaking to do that. I got to go later as a coach, and when I did go, I had Gus Schumacher, I had Ben Ogden, I had Luke Jaeger on that team, and look where they are now on the World Cup, kicking butt. So that is a huge stepping stone. It's obviously a lot of athletes' first taste of international racing and getting to knock heads with some of the Europeans that have a little different ski culture than ours, and they learn a lot in that trip, and we certainly owe a lot of debt of gratitude to all the donors of the National Nordic Foundation that make those trips way more affordable than they normally would be, and that's the ski community that we love and rely on to lift all boats and make us a stronger nation and get us competitive when we go overseas.
And what isn't actually talked about that much, but I've really watched over the years, it's also a really wonderful trip for developing our coaches. It's a great opportunity for coaches who have primarily coached regionally, maybe at the junior nationals, to take a step into international coaching and to be over there on the coaching side and learning about what it is to be a coach and be in charge of younger skiers in a foreign country. It really is a way for our coaches to learn and grow, and I've seen a lot of great coaches come out of that really excited and rejuvenated about their coaching careers and going on to be part of other international trips, Olympics, World Championships, whatnot. So great program for that as well.
Just saw Jack Laker, Western State, Colorado, cross the line. He's followed by bib 397, Zane Broughton, University of Wisconsin, Green Bay. So we're nearing the end now. I'm looking at over 400 number in the start gate, 413 getting ready to go out. And I see on the start list 418 starters. Brian Armbruster will be our last starter. He's a disabled skier getting to race the sprint today.
And it used to be in cross-country skiing was one of the only Olympic sports that had the national championships with combined Paralympic and Olympic athletes and Olympic qualifications, Paralympic qualifications. So we used to have races that were run congruently with the blind skiers, the sit-ski skiers, and it was really actually a wonderful way to make the two sports kind of seem seamless and take away any of the idea or rationale that there needed to be two championships. That simply just couldn't happen because the fields got too big on both sports, especially since Paralympics has really taken a predominant role in the Paralympic Games, and our skiers are doing so well in the Paralympic Games, so we've had to just split them apart, but it really was a unique opportunity that we raced together for so many years and knew all the Paralympic skiers well. But wonderful to see one or two of them out here today.
Yeah, and I can see bib 418 starting right now with a guide skier.
And I believe that Holly Brooks is guiding one of them, although I don't know.
Yeah, that doesn't look like Holly. I know she was going to guide a skier today, and I didn't realize that the guides, they actually stick out their pole and the blind skier holds onto it on the downhill, and I can't imagine trying to ski off the gong hill blindfolded, holding someone else's pole and knowing when to make the corner. Hats off to those guys that can do that. Impressive.
And the guides actually the professional guides are actually really very adept at being attuned to how the blind, in this case I think the blind skier, but there are guides for many different types of disabilities, are doing, how they're feeling, if they ready, they need to speed up, do they need to slow down. So being really attuned to another athlete is a whole other set of talents.
Just saw bib 405, Finn Dudley of the Alaska Pacific University Nordic Ski Club cross the line. So that leaves us about 10 or so racers left on course to finish. And then we will have a short break with the heats getting going. The women's heat starting at 12:30. So lots more action to come here at Kincaid Park. 408 now lunging for the line. That's Graham Snyderman, Tahoe Endurance Club.
And I think the para athlete 218 was the last athlete to go at the door, or at the starting gate. So you will see they are starting to shut down the individual start lane and focus on preparing the 6 lanes for the start of the heats. Again, it will be about 20 to 30 minutes before we have the official heat list, but we will certainly join 15 minutes before, so at 5:15 or 12:15. We will join back into the live feed and talk about who and hopefully have posted the heats as they are put together and confirmed by the jury, and have that information for everybody watching here on the live stream. But we are delighted you could join us. As you can see, the sun is definitely coming up over the trees and over the hills and shining brightly into the stadium, so we should have some great light and great footage for you, and the starting at the quarterfinals at 12:30.
Yeah, and the stadium sits kind of in a low spot, so it takes a little bit extra for the sun to hit the snow surface. I don't expect the sun to do anything to change the snow. That cold wind's going to keep it refrigerated. So we should have nice stable conditions moving on to the heats. But the sun is always a welcome thing here in Alaska in December and January. And there is 413 now crossing the line. Looks like Eli Cohen. We'll have 6 starting lanes for the heats, of course. Every heat has 6 athletes in it. As we mentioned earlier, top 2 automatically move on, and then we will time each heat. So the third and fourth fastest skiers that finish third and fourth in their heat will have their times compared to the other third and fourth finishers, and the fastest of those will be called the lucky loser and get to move on to the semis as well. So all that action yet to unfold here, and we are excited for it.
This really is. I mean, I find the individual start to be exciting, but I think that's because I come from a time when that was the majority of our races. But this next 2 hours of coverage should be very exciting. You know that we talk about the lucky loser slots, but there have been many examples where the lucky loser actually comes back to win the overall title. So
Right.
really in sprint racing, the saying, if you're an athlete, is really anything can happen. You can have trained the most, prepared the most, maybe be the most talented, but you have to have a little luck as well, and so it makes it exciting for all the spectators. And you can see the athletes are pretty much out off the course now. They will close the course for a little bit here, so they could do just some course cleanup before the finals and make sure all the tracks are in good shape and there's not any repairs that need to be made. You can tell that they're screwing in some additional timing apparatuses there at the starting line and setting up the lanes that Andrew just talked about. But you will start to see in about 30 minutes the guys re-emerge from the warming hut up the hill a ways here and come back out and start warming up. At 12:30 the action will begin, and we will join you at 12:15.
Yeah, and with any luck, we'll have some more camera angles. Hopefully something from the top of Gong Hill. Of course, that's going to depend on equipment and temperatures, cold temperatures, everything behaving. There is our blind skier crossing the line now. So that will conclude our qualifying round. There is Brian Armbruster, blind skier, making his way to the finish. So that concludes the qualifying round. If you're curious where your athlete finished, you can go on zone4.ca and find the live results there. The top 30 seniors and juniors, the top 30 overall, will move on to the senior heats, and the next 30 U20s will get their own heats that follow those senior heats. So lots more action to come. Nina and I are going to take a short break. We'll be back with you just before those heats get going at 12:30. Thanks for watching. Let's go skiing. Well, I think we're live. Welcome back, folks. U.S. National Championships Day 2. It is the classic sprint, and the women's quarterfinal heat number 1 has gone off. It is underway. We are looking at Erin Bianco, Kate Oldham, Nina Seaman, Emma Crum, Maya Kaujas, and Carolina Coletta on course at the moment. Andrew Cassing here on the call with Nina Kempel, 4-time Olympian and Anchorage resident. And we should be able to see in just a minute a quarterfinal 1 finishers coming up the final stretch here to get a look at the first quarterfinal of the women's senior heats. So there's the finish line. You can see them coming at the finish as we speak. A little tough to see out the foggy side window who is in the front, but it is Erin Bianco skiing to her bib 1 crossing the line just ahead of bib 10, Kate Oldham, winner from 2 days ago, and right behind her was Nina Seaman. So 3 right at the front, real tight, and we will get those times in a minute. Top 2 automatically move on to the semis. Nina, what did you see out of that first heat?
Yeah, well, I would have expected it to be a little tighter than the first 3 were definitely clumped there at the beginning, but it was obviously a big headwind coming into the finish. You can see they had their heads down, and it is not warm out there going head into the wind, but I would say that they were definitely double pulling, fighting the wind, and we have 2 that clearly progressed. I don't think that there's any close calls on this one, and I think the lucky losers will have to sort of sit and wait and watch the next 4 heats unfold, and we will have the top 2 from each progressing, with then 2 more lucky losers getting the additional 2 slots in the semifinals.
So now we see quarterfinal 2 lined up at the gate, and they are off. You can see bib 4 in the Tahoe blue suit. That is Samantha Smith. She's certainly one of the favorites in the sprint today. Also in this heat, Lauren Jortberg, Annabelle Needham, Quincy Massey, Shea Abrams, and Marit Flora.
Oh,
we have a tangle.
3 down. 3 down is a lot for a tangle that soon into the race, but it's hard for those leaders out there to even know that happened. So they're just out there skiing as hard as they can. They, at this point, think it's a 3-person race anyway. So, but again, what you saw is they came around that corner. One person took it a little too wide and ran right into the skier next to them, and unfortunately took out the skier right behind them. So
yeah, they have about 25 meters of that 6-lane track, and then they're scrubbed, and it goes down to 4. So there's funnels down to 4 pretty quick as they enter that uphill. Did look like those 3 that got tangled up were making their way back to the group, so they've got some real estate to work with to try and catch back up to the top. I saw Sam Smith and I think Lauren Jortberg that got away clean and were at the front of that group. So we're hoping to see
Sammy Smith was clearly already dominated the race even before the corner, so she was skiing a race as cleanly as you can in a quarterfinal, making sure you're free and clear of everybody else, so if anything does happen behind you, there is no danger to you. As you can tell, we are trying to kind of get our cameras settled here, but we are hoping to bring you a live shot on the top of Gong Hill here as the camera is focusing in. But again, you saw the second heat of the Women's Classic Sprint Championship, World National Championship here at Kincaid Park.
Yeah, and we got some good fans now on hand coming out to see the heats there, Anchorage residents. A lot of ski fans in the community, even if the ice skating up at Oklutna is glass smooth. There's a lot of people playing out in the mountains on a clear day like today, but there's also a lot of people interested in ski racing and here at Kincaid Park, ready to cheer on the next U.S. national champion.
And the weather is cold, but the skiing is actually quite phenomenal. All the skiers that I've talked to have said that the tracks are in really good shape. You can see while we still have the second heat out on the course, the third heat is lining up. We're trying to make sure we're setting them back to back as closely as possible to minimize the time people are spending outside. You see the leaders of the second heat coming down around the corner into the stadium before they take their one last little tour back out down a hill and back into the stadium for the final sprint.
Yeah, they'll have a little hairpin corner. They got to get around left-hander and then up a gradual false flat to the finish. Once they turn around, they'll have that cold north wind pushing them towards the finish line. And it looked like Sam Smith glided right up on that first place skier. Still not sure who that was. Perhaps Lauren Jortberg will get a better look here as they enter the finish stretch.
And I think Sammy has to be one of the favorites today. Not only is she very, very talented on her skis in this type of event, but she is very fast, especially here at the finish line. And, at this point, if you're too far in the lead, you don't want to expend too much energy that you don't need. So what she's doing is just bringing it home down the stretch.
Yep, and there you see Sam Smith at the front looking over her shoulder, cruising into that quarterfinal 2 win. Looks like UAA skier bib 27 Marit Flora will take that second spot, guaranteed to move on to the semis. Great race for her coming out of that 27th qualifying position. So right there on Sam Smith's tails. We're going to get ready for quarterfinal 3 in a minute, but to your point, Nina, the skills of Sam Smith really play out well in sprinting at that head-to-head and quick movement racing. She's an excellent all-around athlete as a Stanford soccer player. If you can play at that level of soccer and be good on your skis, you're going to be a good sprinter that can react to situations quickly, smartly, and be able to make the decisions necessary to take the win. She's got the talent level and the experience, I think, to do really well today.
Certainly no small feat to play soccer, D1 soccer at Stanford, but to her credit, I think she's the only person that I am aware of that has some World Cup experience in both cross-country skiing and soccer. She played World Cup for the junior U.S. junior team.
That's
and
amazing.
We have our third heat off and heading up the hill. This time they get around that corner clean.
Yeah, and we're looking at bib 5, Emma Albrecht, bib 6, Ava Ondine. Let's see, I'll take a look at her last name. And we also have Lucy Anderson, Anna Stewart, Marley Molinaro, and Celine Mayer on course at the moment. Women's quarterfinal 3 underway. And bib 6 is Eve Ondine Duchafour. Racing in this heat as well.
And we are still having a little bit of camera.
So the look you see there is looking down Gong Hill. There's a coach walking in front with extra poles. But that's our camera from the top of the course. And as long as the battery stays good in this frigid north wind, then we should be able to bring you some images more from the course than we had at the qualifying round. Right now they're working their way down towards what we call the frog pond, and then they begin this steep climb up. You can just see people lining up on the outside edge of a left-hand corner. It's a kind of tricky because it's a left-hand corner in the middle of an uphill, and it's in the middle of a steep uphill. So take that left line, and you're actually in steeper incline terrain. If you swing a little wider on the line, go around the skier's right side of the trail, it's a little bit more gradual climb. And then from that turn, it's straight away to the top of the Gong Hill before they're going to push over and down a steep hill towards the stadium.
And you always got to be careful when you're going around corners and when the course gets a little tighter. And where you saw the women get in trouble on the first and the second heat here was they were both rounding a corner and merging all out of the start tracks and into kind of a more single file two-lap course. So. Or two-track course. So we really will keep an eye on this first corner as an area for potential mix-ups and crashes, and but I think there will be a lot of athletes that just watch that happen and then make sure that they're being a little bit overly aware.
So I got 3 skiers now in a row. You're going to see them in just a second. This is coming off the Gong Hill now. We lost that camera at the top, but here is the bottom of the descent. 3 skiers right in a row. A little tough to catch exactly who that was coming through, but 3 on a breakaway, and then kind of staggered beyond that the next 3 skiers.
And when they're going that fast on the downhill, even though they look like they have 5 to 10 meters between them, as soon as they pull up and expose their upper body to the wind, that really comes down to more like a meter in between each skier. So they're essentially in a tight pack here coming into the finishing stretch. And again, they're working against the wind. It's a gradual uphill, so they're going to push all the way to the finish, unless you're in a situation like Sammy, which you're way ahead.
Yeah, and right now I'm looking at the lucky losers coming out of that quarterfinal one. Right now, Nina Seaman and Caroline Coletta holding on to those 2 spots a little bit faster than quarterfinal 2.
And here they come into the final stretch here, right down the final stretch. We have
Looks
2
like
skiers.
Emma Albrecht takes the win there, just ahead of Ava Ondine Duchafour from Denver. They are automatically moved on to the semis. They will be joining Erin Bianco, Sam Smith, Kate Oldham, and Marit Flora, who have for sure moved on to the semifinals.
So it's a sigh of relief for those skiers who automatically move on. They can go warm down again, get some fluids, and start focusing on the next heat, which really is getting sort of more and more higher level importance each time around and requires more strategy. So they're going to focus. The lucky losers really are in an unfortunate spot. They've got to kind of wait and see how the rest of the skiers do, and oftentimes the times won't be calculated till 10 minutes after the last heat finishes. So they've got a little time to wait, but as we watch the next heat, quarterfinal heat of women lining up at the start, some of them keeping their blankets on till the very last minute, and again the wind whipping through the stadium, and they're really enjoying those blankets at this point. So
yeah, and in quarterfinal number 4, we have Erica Levin from Sweden, and I believe University of Denver, bib 2. She qualified second. Renee Anderson, APU Ski Club, bib 9. Margie Freed, Grassberry Green Racing Project, bib 12. Ava Thurston, bib 19. Michaela Keller-Miller, also of Grassberry Green Racing Project, in bib 22. And Annie McColgan, bib 29, featured in women's quarterfinal number 4. Set to go at 12:45 if we are on schedule.
And we are trying to get that camera at the top of Gong Hill back up and going, so we're hoping that we can do something to make that happen.
There's a nice look from the front of the start pin as these racers get the call to go to the line. Blankets are off, and shortly the gloves will be coming off, as in the boxing proverb. And there they go.
And you can see how just some of them have a little bit of a natural more inclination about fast twitch muscles. As the start in particular is a good example of who really has some natural fast twitch muscles. So, but they're double pulling pretty far up that hill. I'm actually fairly impressive for a women's field, but they are trying to keep that double pull going as long as they can. It is faster if you have the arm strength, and it doesn't tire you out for later to keep it going. It means you can also probably put less kick wax on, so your skis are a little faster on the downhill. That's the balance, but everybody has to find the right one for them, and it looks like at least the leader, who it was hard for me to tell who was leading up that hill, was trying to double pull as much as she could, which means she probably went with a little less wax.
Yeah, and I've seen some wax techs only wax kind of the outside edge of the base in the kick zone, just expecting them to need a little extra grip for a herringbone situation, but otherwise it's all double pull, core and arms. And then when you get to the steep stuff, you just have a little bit of grip on the edges to run up the hill with, and that's all you need. Maximize your glide for the downhill.
And weight the ski appropriately depending on if you're going up or down. So
the nuances of the sport, right? Indeed.
So you can see the spectators following on both sides of Gong Hill. They do go up it twice. You're seeing one angle here on the camera lens that they go up directly out of the stadium, and then they do come up the backside, and hopefully our camera will have that come into play here soon.
Yeah, and out of the start lane, there's after the tracks get scrubbed, there's kind of a right-hand turn, and it looks to me like if you're in lanes 4, 5, or 6, you'd have a bit of an inside corner hole shot advantage coming out of the start into that first climb. And I think that's what we saw is where Renee Anderson was in this heat. and she got a good hole shot into that first climb. I think she was the one leading over that first hill. So there they are coming up the Gong Hill. There you see them. Looks like all in a tight line. And I think it was the APU suit in front still. Should be Renee Anderson at the front of this group.
And all herringboning, which means they probably opted for a little less wax and a little more speed on the downhill, which is pretty common in the classic sprint. And it is APU in front. Looks like followed by Utah.
And then I think Craftsbury Green Racing suit. No, those were 4th and 5th. So Margie Freed and Michaela are 4-5. Not sure who was in 3rd. Looked like Erica Lavin in 2nd behind Renee Anderson.
And they, at this point, the lactic acid is at the maximum amount their bodies can take. It's burning, having just herringbone as hard as they can up that hill. Then they sit in the tuck position as low and tight as they can. And that lactic acid does not move. So then they stand up and try to come up this last hill, and this is the most painful part. And they're hit by this very strong 15-mile-an-hour wind in the stadium, and it looks like
it's Erica Lavin out front.
Lavin has taken the lead pretty significantly, made a major move on that last hill, and glides across the finish line, saving her energy. And second place, APU coming across the finish line.
That's Renee Anderson. Yeah, so she was in the front going into that final hairpin, and Erica Lavin came out the other side with a big lead. And something probably happened on that corner. Erica Lavin skied it very well and came away with a clean and easy victory. We'll call it easy. At least the last 25 meters were easy. I'm sure it was much harder than that on the big hill going up to the Gong.
Well, and this is the problem with sprint racing is you never can ski a perfect race, but to win the final, you have to be chasing perfect. You have to be almost as perfect and spot on. You can't afford to scrub too much speed on a big hair turn. You can't afford to take a corner like this first corner too wide. So you really do have to have both tactics and luck on your side.
I think I'm seeing Nina Seaman from quarterfinal 1 still holding on to a lucky loser spot. However, it looks like Celine Mayer from quarterfinal 3 may have taken the second lucky loser spot with a time of 3 minutes 30 seconds. So here goes quarterfinal number 5.
5 in the final quarterfinal off the last 24 skiers out on the course for the Sprint Classic National Championship title on the line, and they're climbing the first hill, which is probably one of the harder hills, one of the 2 hard hills on the course. You can see these women are also double pulling fairly far up the hill, but breaking into a stride a little bit earlier than the last heat as they kind of stride strongly over the top of that hill. But all of them looking very, very solid and very good technique and very in control.
So we got University of Alaska Fairbanks skier Kendall Kramer in this. She's bib 13. She's her former teammate Mario Poulis from Estonia. I think she skis Team Berkey now. Is bib 3. We also have Anna Price, bib 18, Katie Hauser, bib 23, and bib 28, Mia Case. And I'm looking at bib 8 is Marie Solverud Wengen at bib 8. So that view you see there is from the top of the Gong Hill, and in just about 20 or 30 seconds we should see our athletes approaching the high point of the course.
And Marnia Polias is known for being a good sprinter. She had a good performance in both sprint races in November, and so this really is a good race for her. Again, Kendall Kramer had an excellent race on Thursday, coming in second place in the 10K skate. So we'll see how she fares in the shorter version, the shorter sprint race today. But she seems fit and well prepared for this championship. So we are excited to see what will happen out there on the course today.
And only one U20 skier made the women's senior heats. That's Sam Smith, one of our favorites we've been talking about. No other junior skier made it into the senior heats. So a lot of points for World Juniors are going to be up for grabs later in the day in the junior heats.
And Sam is actually a U20, so that would mean there's no U23 technically.
Well, there's some other U23s in the seniors, but she's the only U20 to make the top 30. So there they are coming off the descent. They're on their way down to that final hairpin corner.
And you can see on the feed there, the tracks are in excellent shape given that we are really pushing snow around to make the track as in ideal shape as possible. See the audience starting to run across to see them coming into the finish chute here.
So it looks now like Mario Pulis is out in front. We're looking for bib 3 at the front. Looks like a pack of 3 coming at us now. And there's 4 now in the lanes, every lane occupied.
And this is really what you like to see. This is an exciting sprint heat. You want it to be tight. They're fighting it all the way down to the line. This is where the leg push can come in, but clearly we have bib number 3, which I believe is
Mario Polis, yeah, and Kendall Kramer, former teammates together at UAF.
So they've done a many of interval training together, just like this, and I'm sure they know each other's styles very well. But they've got to be happy for each other and progressing to the next round, which is the semifinals, and likely not to be in the same semifinal heat given their placing.
Yeah, so that was the final women's quarterfinal, the last women's quarterfinal, and we're gonna get ready now for the men's quarterfinal number 1.
Really is no pause in the action here. We are lining up the first men's. Again, there'll be 5 men's heats of 6 individuals in each, and they're going to run them pretty quickly.
Yeah, and we're featuring in this one top qualifier from the morning, local APU skier Luke Jager, Cole Flowers, Jack Christner, Adam Witowski, Garrett Butts, and Thomas O'Hara in bib 130.
And Luke has a slight advantage going in this heat because it is the first heat, so he will maximize his amount of rest between this and the next heat. Whereas if you are in the last semifinal, you have arguably 10 or 15 minutes less rest. So that's what you get for being the top qualifier, as Luke certainly was. And this. Technically, Luke is the fastest by 4 or 5 seconds of anybody else in this heat. But again, everything starts over at ground zero, and we start with a clean slate on at the beginning of each heat.
Yeah, and at the World Cup level, they actually go through a process of letting the athletes choose which quarterfinal they'd like to be in, and there's some strategy involved in that. As you mentioned, the earlier quarterfinals will get more rest going to the semis. The later quarterfinals have to race much sooner. Here at U.S. Nationals, they are assigned their heats, and there is men's quarterfinal heat number 1 underway. So again, it's Luke Jager, Cole Flowers, Jack Christner, Adam Witkowski, Garrett Butts, and Thomas O'Hara.
And this is why the skiers train so much during the summer months on roller skis, double pulling. This is exactly why you want a really strong, quick, sharp double pull. It puts you in the place to position to actually really tackle the hill and then be in control of the race. Without that, you just you put yourself at such a disadvantage. So athletes will train specific workouts for just the first 100 meters of a sprint race like this, and all 6 of those athletes look superb as they double pulled out of the stadium.
Yeah, 3 APU skiers in this, and a UAF skier, Cole Flowers. Not sure if we saw bib 120 Adam Witowski go out. It's listing DNS on the live timing. We'll have to see if that's accurate.
Sometimes when you're a better distance skier or you're not feeling particularly well, doing a long day of sprint racing in the cold is not the prudent choice for you. If you look at the whole week and the most opportunistic times for you to excel. So he may be setting this out just because he doesn't believe it's his best chance to score points, or he may be starting to feel a little sickness come on. There is a pretty bad flu bug going around both Anchorage airports, the airports internationally and nationally, but also just around the event itself. So as always, this time of year is tough for skiers. They're training a lot, racing a lot, and their bodies are being pushed to the edge. So they are taking all the precautions they can.
We got a quick look of them going over the Gong Hill, and now they're on the descent back to the stadium. And that does look like Cole Flowers in the UAF suit out in front, leading Luke Jaeger, I assume. Luke is gliding up well onto the back of Cole Flowers at this time, using that slipstream down the hill off the Gong and riding right up onto Cole Flowers' tails.
Luke.
You're going to see that play out a lot today. Unless you can get a big lead over the Gong Hill, that slipstream is going to play in the favor of the skiers behind them.
That was a little slipstream, but Luke certainly looked like he had some better skis than Home Powers. So I would say that he was probably a little underwaxed for the uphill, and maybe that's where he fell behind a little, and then was able to make that up. But they come in neck to neck, but he's clearly made a significant move here in the last 150 meters to handily win this heat. I don't think he ever felt out of control.
No, be it good skiers or experience or fitness, he skied the second half of that race extremely well and moves on to the semis with no issues at all.
And that was a tough heat for sure. You've got the top qualifier. You've got three teammates that know exactly each other's styles, so there's a lot of familiarity there with your competitors. But that was a fun heat to watch.
Moving on now to men's quarterfinal heat 2, featuring Murphy Kimball in bib 104, Andreas Kirking bib 107, Peter Wolter bib 114, John Steele-Hagenbuch 117, John Swinghammer bib 124, and Noah Kamagruder in bib 127.
Now, unlike that last heat, this one's a little bit of a mix-up, a little bit of everybody from all over the country represented here, and it looks like Murphy Kimball gets a good start there in lane number 2. Again, I do agree with you, Andrew. The inside, or the lanes 4, 5, and 6, which are traditionally not the top lanes, are certainly at an advantage, and that may be brought to the attention of the jury as they watch this unfold into the next round.
Yeah, it looks like Murphy Kimball had a couple ski length lead in full double pole all the way up that hill on the rest of his quarterfinal. I just looked over the qualifying results. There's 3 U20 men that were able to make it into the top 30. Murphy Kimball being, let's see, Cole Flowers is the top U20 male. Murphy Kimball also won in 4th. And there was one other U20 in there, Justin Lucas. So that will be your podium for the men's U20, fighting it out here in the senior quarters. And again, this look you see here is from the top of Gong Hill, and there's a lot more spectators behind the camera and coming down towards the stadium. You can see them a couple times if you stick around the stadium. And we will bring you the action as it comes here from Kincaid Park, here at the end of Turnagain Arm, right where Cook Inlet kind of meets South Central Alaska and splits the Turnagain Arm and the Sioux Valley. There is one U18 I need to mention, Noah Kamagruder making the senior heats. That's impressive for a young U18 skier, especially in the men's field, to be able to double pole and stride with the big boys and crack the top 30. Impressive. So there you saw him over the top of the Gong Hill, and now they're going to descend back towards the stadium. Looks like a couple skiers a little bit off the front. That is Murphy Kimball in the Seawolf green and gold with a sizable lead over the DU skier Andreas Kirking.
And again, Andreas was second yesterday, or on Thursday, in the distance event, so that's a strong start for Murphy. Let's see if his strategy to lead down off that hill will hold up, and if he can maintain that lead. But, Murphy and Andreas, clearly the two that are out front, and barring any mix-ups or tangles, they should come into the stadium with a clear lead. So now they're just going to decide if they really want to fight for the lead. They do know that they've got people coming pretty hard behind them, but they also know that there's probably not enough real estate for them to get to them. So they're just going to glide across the finish line.
Yeah, so Kirking and Kimball moving on, no issues at all. Good push from the end by Hagenbuch there. John Hagenbuch, bib 117, looking to try and move on through the lucky loser position.
And John Hagenbuch, Johnny was actually the national champion in the 10K, so a good day by Murphy
Yeah, to beat him.
be up with two of the top contenders in the first race.
Looking back at quarterfinal one, so Luke Jager won with a 2 minute 55 second time, and then Cole Flowers second. Jack Christner and Garrett Butts are sitting in the lucky loser at the moment with a time of 2 minutes 57. So Luke Jager pulling a few more athletes along with him under that 3 minute mark. We will get those times from quarterfinal 2 in just a minute.
And that did look like a fast heat.
It did. Quarterfinal 3 getting lined up. We have bib 105, Hugo Hinkfist. 106, Michael Earnhardt. 115, Emil Juntanen. 116, Christopher Kalev. 125, Justin Lucas. And bib 126 is Brian Bushy. These heats are going off about every 5 minutes. So this next one will be going off at 1:05 Alaska time.
You can see the skiers a little reluctant to give up their warm wool blankets out there, but lovely volunteers standing out there taking them at the very last minute so they can stay warm. And they're sliding their skis around like that just to keep the wax from developing any crystallization or condensation or any. They want it to just be as fast and just like they had been warming up on it, so they'll slide them back and forth. That way there's no kind of adhesion to any of the snow crystals that are sitting underneath the skis. Not that they're using particularly sticky wax today. Like Andrew said, it's pretty cold, so they're using a pretty hard blue-green wax, likely, even though it is pretty old, rounded, man-made snow. And they're off. And this is an interesting heat. A lot of them classic skiing straight out of the first few strides, where most of the heats before this, in the men's side at least, we saw them just straight double pole. But, once somebody beside you just starts doing something, it is pretty natural to just emulate what they're doing. You really do kind of stop thinking out there sometimes and just sort of put it in autopilot. But they're all now double pulling, for the most part, all of them up that straight up that major first hill.
So looking at the times from quarterfinal 2, it was not, in fact, faster than quarterfinal 1. John Steele Hagenbuch will be watching the rest of the day from the sidelines. His time was 2:59, and it's lower than Garrett Butts there at 2:57. So right now Garrett Butts and Jack Christner are still hanging on to the lucky loser spots from quarterfinal 1. I was speaking with some of the coaches up in the waxing bunker. It's a remnant of the Cold War era when they had a base out here instead of ski trails. And they left the bunker around for the skiers to use for waxing and warming up and bathrooms. And that's where a lot of the activity is happening. There's some trailers in the parking lot as well for some of the other teams to get some private space waxing. But it seemed like all the kick wax was pretty straightforward. I know Vati Carrot was a popular one from this morning. Sure, tourist Swix Green would work great as well. Wax it extra long on the zone, and you break free of that braking force, and you're gliding well in these cold conditions. And it's really, not a tricky waxing day here at Kincaid when the wind keeps the snowpack nice and cold.
It's not a tricky waxing day. It can be actually a tricky ski selection day, though.
That's more of the tee, picking the right
depending
ski.
on your style, if you're more of an up and down run on your skis versus a glide kind of person, you definitely want to pick the skis with the right camber so that you're only having that wax down in the snow when you really need it, because you need to maximize every second. In a 30K, that's less important because you're not going to be splitting hairs by a tenth of a second, generally speaking. So we're going to see them coming into the stadium. This one was a little bit more bunched and a little bit tighter as they came down that hill. Again, as Andrew said, a big U-turn down at the bottom. how you navigate it is going to be important, especially when there's six guys, all six big guys coming in and out of that. But we have somebody clearly in the lead coming down the straightaway.
I see two APU skiers in the front there.
One clearly with a big lead.
Looks like Michael Earnhardt.
Michael Earnhardt, who had sort of a disappointing first finish, but very strong finish. Very strong sprinter, Michael.
Yeah, and Hugo Hinkfist punches his ticket to the semifinals. CU skier bib 105 was the other guaranteed person to move on. And again, we will wait for the times to populate and compare those to quarterfinal 1.
And yes, bib number 115 comes across. It looks like he broke his pole somewhere along the way, probably in that long last stretch. And once you break a pole, you might as well just slowly walk it in, and because you're fighting for any extra second isn't going to help you.
Yeah, and that was Finnish skier from CU, Emil Juntinen, who broke his pole.
Well, and I'm not telling the parents listening to the live stream any news that they don't know, but breaking a pole these days is actually quite an expensive endeavor.
Yes.
These poles are, ultra lightweight, ultra shaped to be as wind resistant as possible, but they run you upwards of $500, $600 depending on how high class of poles you go. And most of these athletes are using the very top end, and very few are getting completely free poles at this point. So
yeah, Merry Swixmas to the pole companies. When they see the breaking, it means dollar signs for them, or a lot of warranty headaches, depending on how your company operates. Getting ready now for quarterfinal number 4. This will feature bib 102 Erling Bjornstad, bib 109 Trey Jones, bib 112 is Peter Hines, bib 119 Walker Hall, bib 122 Finn Sweet, and bib 129 Miles Miner. Speaking of Erling Bjornstad, he's won 2 classic sprints already this year. He won Alaska Cup up in Fairbanks on their new fish trails that are right on campus. And then he also won a classic sprint here at the Besh Cup not so long ago, just a couple weeks. And I learned that his dad is one of the U.S. team wax techs, helps out the U.S. team over on the World Cup circuit, doing a lot of waxing. Sounds like Erling is a real strong classic skier, and should be one of the favorites today as well. So he's in the bib 102 green and gold suit, and showed that he qualified second. So he's only a few seconds behind Luke Jaeger in the opening qualifying round. Athletes have been instructed to slide forward to the start line, and we are about to get underway. And there we go. We see Erling with a strong start. He's going to have a nice hole shot. He's flanked there by 122, I think, Finn Sweet on the right.
Yeah, and it looks like if you're starting lane number 1, it is very difficult to make that curve in the lead. So
yeah, it makes that first corner a lot longer.
You're skiing about 5 meters longer than everybody else in the first 30 seconds, which is difficult because everybody at this level is, at the top of their game. So we'll see if they, there is a little bit of stagger in the start, but we'll see if they stagger it even a bit more as the finals, as the heats progress.
And still no shakeup on the lucky losers, so that last quarterfinal, I believe, was the slowest we've seen. Michael Earnhardt took the win in quarterfinal 3 with a time of 2:58. Hugo Hinkfist and Justin Lucas were both about 3 minutes. So Justin Lucas will hang him up for the day. He missed moving on by 0.3 of a second, about, which is what it comes down to in sprint racing sometimes. And every push, every turn, and every tactical measure you employ is going to matter in a course that's only 1.3K. So we keep an eye on the screen here. We're looking down the Gong Hill at this point, and yeah, you can start to get an idea of what the spectators are seeing. This is the crux climb of the course, and here they are approaching the high point. Looks like most of them are still in a group. You can see the UAA suit of Erling Bjornstad there in front. put everyone together.
And that is as tight of a heat as we've seen actually coming over the top of that hill. Pretty much everybody's still in contact. You can see how fast everybody's skis are on this downhill, but really it's going to be tough to break away on skis alone. And as they circle around the bottom there, that group will just tighten up. And then it really does come into who takes the corner best, who picks the best line, and who navigates around people rather than through them. Okay, and we are watching them here, getting ready to watch them come into the final. They're coming in, two coming off the front here, pretty clearly. They've dominated in the last 150 yards here. Coming strong across the finish line is
That's Erling Bjornstad, yeah, and he's got Trey Jones. So those two moving on. Trey Jones, CU, and Erling Bjornstad, UAA, moving on to the semis.
And they really shut it down with about 25 meters to go. They were letting the others catch up, but when they came over, they were going full force, and they probably had 10 meter gap. So that is the difference that just pulling back a few notches can make.
Yeah, Nina, I think we've seen a couple lead changes between the time they come off the gong hill, make that hairpin, and enter the stadium. And so it's not over until it's over, really, as Yogi Berra would say. These final few corners and pushes towards the finish can really shake up how it stacks by the finish line. And we've seen a couple lead changes already in these quarterfinals between the downhill and the finish line.
Well, especially when the course is as fast as it is today, that means you're coming into that hairpin turn down there at the bottom. Tired already and having to navigate that, and when you've got a lot of people all on top of you, it can be difficult, and you've got to have plan A and then have plan B and then be ready to have your backup plan to all of that. So but that's what makes a good sprinter a good sprinter. And
moving on now to quarterfinal 5 and the final quarterfinal for the men's senior heats, featuring the third qualifier from this morning, Florian Knopf in 103, bib 108, Will Koch, bib 113, Zachary Jane, bib 118, Buster Richardson, bib 123, Benin Bradabo, and bib 128 is Christopher Karsrud.
Yeah, and with this many heats gone now, I think that there's some critical points in this. One is getting good placement around this first corner, I think, is critical. And we're not seeing a lot of lead changes on the uphill. The uphills are too short. Everyone, for the most part, is extremely strong and either double pulling or gliding up the hills. We are potentially seeing some breaks in the pack on the backside of Gong Hill, but the majority of all the lead changes have come either in that first corner or lead setting of the lead in the first corner, or down on the final downhill coming into the crux and up the last uphill. So those are sort of the 2 points where we're seeing a lot of changes, but it does really set up, and everybody who's skied the course now knows that getting a good start is going to be critical, which is a little surprising that people are being somewhat lackadaisical coming across the line, because times will matter and placement will matter on what lane you get, but I think the start will be really important for all of us as we move into these rounds. In the quarterfinals, there will be only 2 heats, so again we will have in the semifinals you will have 2 only moving on from each heat and 2 lucky losers. So still getting good placement in that first 100 meters will be important.
That quarterfinal 4, looking back, was a fast one, but not quite fast enough. So Peter Hines and Walker Hall were 3rd and 4th, and they missed the lucky loser positions by just about a second. So it was real tight, but not good enough to match the times of Jack Christner and Garrett Butts. I think are still holding on to those lucky loser positions. Looks like one skier off the back there making their way over Gong Hill, or somebody way in front Now it looks like a DU skier way off the front.
That is a breakaway.
That's
that
got to
we
be
have
Florian
not
Knopf, I think.
that is a
Decisive breakaway
that
there.
is a decisive breakaway. We have not yet seen that happen.
No, and if you can get a lead like that over the Gong Hill, you should be able to hold off any faster skis or slipstream and draft that come up behind you. It's got to be a big move like that if you're gonna try and get a lead that big or try and hold on to the lead. It needs to be a big one. Otherwise, there's plenty of downhill.
I mean, the good news
to
is that he
use.
doesn't have a lot of other people to contend with on that big corner, which is the one place you
Right.
could go down. But he's got to decide now how much effort he puts in. But they are charging hard behind him too. So he's taking a look back, saying, "Yeah, maybe we'll just scoot it on in."
Yeah, that is bib 103, Florian Knopf. And it's a tight one it's going to come down to the line, and I think it was 128 that got his foot just ahead of 108. So good race from Christopher Karsrud. Qualified back in 28th, but edges out Will Koch to move on to the semis.
And that's the beauty of sprint racing is each heat is a brand new start, and doesn't matter if he qualified in 30th, he could still win the race.
Zachary Jane from the University of Utah crosses the line, so something happened there. Either a pole stepped on, he's throwing his poles in disgust, so something out of his control probably happened out there, and he will look for tomorrow's race.
And this is where, both in the sprint days and in the mass start days is where you get a lot more action for the jury. And we thank the jury for their service because they do a great job at keeping everything fair and the playing field out there on the course as even as possible. But, there are oftentimes complaints filed that somebody cut you off or crossed your path, and sometimes it's a judgment call, but certainly I have been stabbed with a ski pole in the backside by a Russian who thought I stepped on her skis too strongly. So it's all what happens on the camera and what happens off the camera too that you sometimes can control.
So now we're moving on to the women's senior semifinal round, and see if I can dial up who is going to be in this for us. It is going to be in semifinal 1, Erin Bianco, Samantha Smith, Emma Albrecht, Kate Oldham, Marit Flora, and Marie Solrud Vangen.
So this is a strong semifinal. Again, I think Sammy, even though the youngest by far in this semifinal, has got to be one of the favorites. Just those quick muscles from soccer and her just agility on her feet. But we're seeing that first corner again being really important, and
don't sleep on Erin Bianco, bib 1, top qualifier from the morning. She's had some period 1 World Cup starts, so gaining her experience over in Europe and coming back to knock heads with her U.S. compatriots.
She looks strong. She's a sort of natural body and physique for classic skiing, tall, long, and lanky, and so she's gliding really nicely over the top of the hill. Very nice.
And you combine that with growing up in northern Minnesota where classic skiing is king, and you end up with really nice striding technique. I do think she has some of the best classical striding technique that I've seen on the World Cup circuit.
And growing up in northern Minnesota, you think 15-mile-an-hour winds and 5-degree temperatures is completely normal.
Yeah, coming off Lake Superior, no issue here, coming out of the Arctic.
They grow them tough up there.
Absolutely. Yeah, Ely, Minnesota, I think is where she's originally from.
That's right.
Now skiing for Bridger Ski Foundation.
Well, we'll see if she or any contingent of them can make a break. The semifinals, it actually gets even harder to make breaks than in the quarters because everybody is skiing at a really high level. Not that everybody in the quarterfinals wasn't, but it's even a echelon above that, and logically it's harder to make decisive breaks, but also sometimes you have a skier that's inspired or the moment is right, and once you make the break and you make it clean, sometimes it can really play mentally on the rest of the pack that you're so far ahead that it might not be possible to catch you.
Yeah, and in this quarterfinal, outside of Marit Flora, who qualified 27th, all other five skiers qualified in the top 10. So super fast semifinal heat.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be competitive from the start just by the way they went out of the first 25 meters there.
And here we see him coming up to the top of the gong hill. Looks like 3 skiers leading out.
3 wide. That is almost 4 wide.
Yep, Sam Smith was on the far right. I think I saw BSF sitting in 4th, so that might be Aaron Bianco just off that front wave.
Again, 2 will be automatically going into the final with with the next 2 lucky losers following suit. But the first 2 are guaranteed.
Yeah, and a 4-pack coming down now off the gong hill all together.
And
I think I see Kate Olam in the front. That looks like a Bobcat suit out front, just ahead of Aaron Bianco. There's 2 BSF skiers in there, and Sam Smith sitting in 3rd.
Any 4 of those really can take it from this point. They're tight together. It will depend how they take the corner and how bad they want it on this last hill. But this heat, we may see all 4 lanes to the finish being utilized.
Yeah, and it's at least 200 meters of kind of gradual / false flat climbing that they got to do to get to the finish, and then once you are greeted to the straightaway, it's staring straight into that sun, that's low angle sun that's going to blast them. Sam Smith with a big move around that final corner.
But she chooses the outside lane, which is very, very interesting.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the final line here, I think. Sam Smith with a slight edge.
Sammy, I think, feels like she has it in control, but again, she wants to drive all the way to the finish line. Make sure she gets the decisive win here, so that she gets final pick, best pick for the next round.
And Aaron Bianco was able to just edge out Bib 10, Kate Oldham, your winner from 2 days ago.
That was a fast heat, though. It would not surprise me to see Kate in the finals as one of the lucky losers.
Right.
And that's a good sprint race for Kate. I mean, I think she's probably the least experienced, at least at the World Cup level. Sammy and Aaron both having a little bit more experience at the World Cup sprint level than Kate. So good day. I mean, with Kate. So good day for all 3 of the top skiers.
Yeah, and when you grow up at high altitude, I can speak from personal experience, you don't really train your fast twitch muscles when you live at 9,000 feet. It wasn't until you move to lower elevation and start working on quickness and speed that maybe you discover you do have some sprinting talents you didn't know growing up, when all you ski is slow and cold snow with limited oxygen availability, and then you get down to sea level like you are here, and your muscles can fire much faster. If you can train them to do that kind of turnover, you can get better at sprinting as you grow in your career.
I mean, you would say there's sort of a 2-prong argument there, that being at altitude, you do tend to move a little slower, but coming down to oxygen, it feels like you're drinking 3 cups of coffee and you feel great. So you feel much faster and quicker than you did when you were training.
Oh, you feel like you're doping.
Superman.
Yeah.
And
much faster recovery.
Foul start there on bib number 13.
Looks like Kendall Kramer may get a yellow card there for that one.
And you do get one chance to foul start two times, and you will get disqualified.
Yeah, so in semifinal 2, we have Erica Lavin, Mariopoulos, Eve Duchafor, and Renee Anderson, Kendall Kramer, and Nina Seaman out on course now.
And Kendall Kramer did, starting in lane 1, she didn't have much of a choice but to be really on the start.
Sure.
So I'm not surprised that she did foul
Jumped
start,
it.
but you have to be a little conservative in your second try, which she was. But as they charge up the hill, they all look very strong. They're all still grouped very tightly as they come through that section there.
Yeah, and Kendall was able to get back to that front line based on tempo, just motoring up there to match the speed of Mariopoulos and Eve Duchafor.
And Kendall has always been known for her motor.
Absolutely.
She's relied on that for much of her success, and what I really like to see about Kendall is her classic skiing at least has really gotten a lot smoother, and I've seen some really good improvements, and she's always skied well, but the flow of her technique is really coming into its own.
Sure, yeah, she was second 2 days ago, and I think she was second at the NCAA Division II running championships earlier this year, so certainly very fit, and in her senior year at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. Now we see the spectators getting organized at the top of the Gong Hill, ready to cheer on women's semifinal number 2.
And in the sun, you can just barely make out the gong at the very top. If you know what you're looking for, a round structure up there, it's sort of shining a little bit in the sun, but I'm not sure you can catch it with this camera angle.
I can see the TDs huddled up now, probably discussing that false start and maybe what happened there. It's just like soccer, so yeah, 2 yellow cards and you're out, but you have 1 warning that you can work with. And you do carry that from race to race, so assuming Kendall gets through to the finals and without any further infraction, she'll have a yellow card until she gets a second one at the next FIS race. I can see him now cresting the top of the Gong Hill, and it does look like, I think I see a blue suit, Kendall Kramer out in front. No, it's a Dartmouth suit. So Nina Seaman, Dartmouth College, just ahead of University of Utah skier. I think that is Duchafour in second, perhaps. They have about 20 meters on the downhill.
You know, it's interesting. In the women's side, there's not many people who have led down this downhill and came in first.
Right.
So there is a inherent danger in leading the downhill. When you're skiing, sometimes you're not thinking, "Wow, I shouldn't take the lead." But so far, we've seen many of the people that are coming in here get what we call the slingshot effect around at the bottom on that corner, and potentially pushed out a little bit farther out on the edge of the corner and having to go a little farther.
So that is Erica Lavin and Bib 2 handily out in front by 3 or 4 ski lengths. She will be moving on to the final. And Nina Seaman dropped back to third. So Bib 3 is Mario Poulis from Team Berkey. Will move on to the finals as well.
So yesterday's third place finisher crossing the line first in the second heat, and Erica and
Mario Poulis.
Clearly decisively making it as a second position into the final.
Yeah, and looking at the women's semifinal 1, Kate Oldham and Emma Albrecht, both MSU skiers, were the third and fourth finishers. Kate Oldham, time of 3 minutes 33 seconds. So Kate and Emma, until we see the other times populate, are the current lucky losers trying to find their way to the women's final and decide the next national champion in women's classic sprinting.
And now the rest time between the duration between the time the skier finishes one heat and starts the other becomes less and less. So they're getting less rest. They're trying to get their warm jackets on, stay cool, get their skis off and jog around a little bit, just keep as loose as they can. But the men here are starting to line up for the final.
Yeah, and in that men's semifinal 1 will be Luke Jager, Michael Earnhardt, Andreas Kirkgang, Murphy Kimball, Cole Flowers, and Garrett Butts. So Garrett Butts did sneak through as a lucky loser, and he's probably on his way to one of his personal best sprints at the U.S. Nationals. More of a distance skier. He's doing well here today. Still waiting for the women's semifinal 2 times to populate. We'll bring you those as they come. Men's semifinal number 1 set to go off at 1:35.
And the
so we
men
got about
are
5
actually
minutes.
putting their clothes back on. All the finalists are putting their clothes back on, so there may be a slight delay as the jury is still discussing something. Or they may have just decided it's too windy to only wear a blanket.
The athletes set their skis in the tracks and may have gone back just to get warm, but I do see Lynn Henderman out there waving her arms wildly, so she's certainly telling somebody something about what's going on at the start. Always a voice to be respected around here. Lynn Henderman, the consummate race official, not just at Anchorage, but all around the country. She was part of the jury at the Minneapolis World Cup as well. A very experienced staff of helpers up here in Anchorage. I got times now from the women's semifinal 2, and it was faster than the first semifinal. So looks like Nina Seaman from Dartmouth will move on, as well as Eve Ondine Duchafour both moving on as lucky losers out of that semifinal too. So that means Kate Oldham and Emma Albrecht's day are done, and it will be in the women's final: Erica Lavin, Samantha Smith, Erin Bianco, Mario Poulos, Nina Seaman, and Ave Ondine Duchefour.
And the rest will be listed as results as finishing 7th through 12th. So they will still get points even though they don't go on to the final. We were just discussing in the original days of introducing the sprint. There used to be a final B, which means all the people who didn't make it to the final got the honor of racing for slots 7 through 12. But now they just go by
use
time
those
and place.
times. Yeah. Yeah, and while we have a moment, just talking about the new day and age of fluoro-free waxing, all these skis that the athletes on are getting tested for fluoro powders or fluoro waxes, of course being illegal and harder to come by, but you never know if a little fluoro particle wound up in some brush and ends up on a ski, and they're going to get tested for that. And then once they are, the skis, once they're into the rounds, there's no glide waxing allowed. There's only a certain set of tools that their coaches are allowed to take into the racing pit, and that just includes tools you would need for touching up the kick, so like a cork and a putty knife and maybe a kick wax or two, but no brushes, no paraffins of any kind allowed. They're getting stricter on that. These skis will all get tested, certainly if you're in the top ranked skiers, and we want a fair and fluoro-free racing fight on our hands, so that all the skis are equal, at least as much as they can be. It's not really a fluoro day when it's this cold and dry out. Fluoro powders wouldn't make a huge difference unless it was warmer and wetter.
It's not only florals, though. I think it equalizes the playing field in a lot of different ways. Especially, you don't see the dichotomy here at the national championships as much. But when you're racing in the World Cup and you have a Norwegian team of wax staff of 40 people, and then you have Estonia, equally as competitive with the wax staff of 2. Even on a cold day, you can be doing better touch-ups, more touch-ups, all the way up to the end for all of your athletes. And so it's just also just trying to equalize things. And, the fluoros were expensive, and they actually weren't great for the athletes to be around at this last minute here, and the brushing in the staging area was never good for the waxmen in the first place. So
Right.
all around, I think it really has not only made it a more fair playing field, but also been a health improvement for the sport.
So now we're getting our men lined up for that first semifinal. Again, it will be Luke Jager, bib 101, Michael Earnhardt in 106, Andreas Kirking 107, Murphy Kimball in 104, Cole Flowers 110, and Garrett Butts in 121. They have been given the call to slide up to the start line, and we will be underway in just a second.
And Luke Jager has what seems to be the best starting lane so far, but Kimball seeming to have a very, very strong start there from lane 4, or from lane 3.
Yeah, so Jager out, gets the whole shot, as you mentioned. He's got Michael Earnhardt flanked with Murphy Kimball in 104. They are making their way up that first hill.
And this is for the national championship.
Well, this is yes. Eventually, we're in the men's semi,
Right.
and the top 2 will move on. This is when we're starting to get down to brass tacks here. Who's got the fitness to keep through the rounds, stay strong, and the skis and the tactics to win?
Any one of these 6 individuals could go on to win the championship today. So we are talking the best of the best here.
Absolutely.
And I think you're going to see some really fast skiing coming up over the backside of the Gong Hill.
Yeah, and Luke Jager certainly is going to be the favorite. I saw Michael Earnhardt and Andreas Kirking were right in there at the front of their quarterfinals, so they got to choose their lanes first. They're the top ranked in this semifinal coming out of the quarterfinals, but don't sleep on Murphy Kimball or Cole Flowers or Garrett Butts. Anything can happen in sprinting. We've seen broken poles already today, and a lot of lead changes between the top of the Gong Hill and the descent to the final finish stretch.
And I think some of the folks that you mentioned, Murphy Kimball and others, have a kind of something to prove here. They didn't, they weren't in the top three in the qualifying. They weren't in the top three on Thursday, but this is their chance. So they're really motivated to give it all they have today in the semifinal and the final. So
I see Murphy Kimball now coming in second behind APU skier, probably Luke Jager. He's got APU skier in front and behind him. It looked like UAF skier Cole Flowers. Maybe something happened at the bottom of the Frog Pond area. He's off the back, but it is a three-horse race now coming around to the final few corners and into the finish.
It does appear that the APU skiers have, or at least who's the APU skier that was in third, had extremely fast skis, faster than the rest of the...
Yeah, probably Michael Earnhardt.
Yeah, he was looking very, very strong on that, or very, very fast on that downhill. And very tight between all four coming into the final stretch.
Yeah, really condensed here around that corner.
This is the challenge of being right behind someone. You're kind of reliant on their speed, but he is making the most of it. It looks like he's got...
Yeah, it really was between Andreas Kirking and Luke Jager, but Murphy Kimball and Andreas Kirking right behind him. So a tight four-person race there to move on to the finals.
But Luke certainly doing what he needed to do, and Andreas doing what he needed to do to secure their slot, and the other two will have to wait. But that certainly was a strong heat.
Absolutely. That will now shift our focus to the men's second semifinal. Set to go at 1:40 Alaska time, so in a couple minutes. It'll feature Erling Bjornstad, Florian Knopp, Hugo Hinkfist, Trey Jones, Christopher Karsrud, and Jack Christner.
And it's funny how the heats stack up. On paper, the first heat looked, just from a ranking perspective and where they placed in the qualification round, look stronger, but you never know. These heats can be equally as strong given the day.
Yeah, 5 skiers in the top 11 from qualifying, and Christopher Karsrud doing an excellent job out of the 28th qualifying position to move on to the semis. Sometimes you're just more built for head-to-head racing, and once you're surrounded by the fast skiers, you can match their pace that you weren't able to on your own in the interval start of qualifying. So the top-ranked skier in this semi will be Erling Bjornstad, a UA skier in the green and gold suit, bib 102.
Who dominated in the quarterfinal. Really one of the only ones that had a clear and decisive lead to the way of 20 meters plus. So it will be interesting to see if he can replicate that strategy this round.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be trying to do that, but I think he's going to get a charge from Florian Knopf behind him, because Florian had a pretty good lead too in his quarterfinal, and so those two are going to be knocking heads now in the semi.
Yeah.
And we have a flag up, so false start. I think it was CU skier 105, Hugo Hinkfust, maybe. I think I saw him kind of fall forward across the start line ahead of the rest of the field. So we're going to get reorganized and reset. We'll try again.
Those three athletes out there they're the ones that are not getting to choose their lane. They know that they've got to be completely as on it as they can off the starting line to have a shot at getting through the hole there cleanly in the top pack. So they have to be a little bit more jumpy than most. So you can't fault them, but they can't do it twice.
Right. Looking back at the semifinal one from the men, so Luke Jager won at the time of 2:53, and Andreas Kirking right behind him. Right now, sitting in the lucky loser is Murphy Kimball and Michael Earnhardt, both at 2 minutes 54 seconds. So they are waiting to find out if their day continues, and we'll know after the men's second semi goes here when we get reorganized. Back to the line now, and we are going to see them start in just a second. The camera you're seeing on your screen, that's 75 meters from the finish, so you're not currently looking at the start lane. Not sure what happened this time, but they are pulled back from the start again. and we're going to try for third time's a charm, I guess.
And as an athlete, this is extremely difficult because it's kind of jarring on your nerves, and you're not thinking, not again, not again. And you just want to get the race started. But this is when it's important to stay calm, and this is when good sprinters don't let the external stuff bother them.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of life in racing you learn from racing is not just what happens to you, but how you react to it.
Looks like they're back in 102 out, so he may be
interesting.
having fell started twice.
Yeah, that's Erling Bjornstad. That's the one who we thought might take the win. He's kind of hanging his head and walking the other direction. So now we're down to 5 in the start.
With probably the favorite in this heat sitting it out.
Yeah.
That's a tough way to let go of a national championship right there, I'll tell you that, without even getting a chance to ski it. But I did give lane number 1 a very, very nice open shot to come around wide on that corner. It wasn't crowded out at all.
Yeah, so that leaves Florian Knopp, Hugo Hinkfist, Trey Jones, Christopher Karjrud, and Jack Christner as the 5 in semifinal number 2. And I think it was a double false start from Erlen Bjornstad that unfortunately ended his day prematurely.
That's too bad. Nobody wants, even your competitors and your friends don't want you to go out of the race that way. So it's always unfortunate, but it is part of racing.
Yep. Yeah, and to your point, I think these three outside lanes, 1, 2, and 3, are really itching to jump that gun as much as they can. So they're equal coming around that first corner into the uphill, and it's led to a few false starts today.
And if you spoke about Lynn Hinderman a little bit earlier, but one of the jobs of the chief of start is actually she puts her eyeballs right across the start line, so that's the only thing she's looking at to see if anybody breaks that lens. And I think I saw them actually wiring it a little bit earlier, so they can actually tell. They videotape it. You can see the video tripod there. So if there does need to be a replay, they can. But generally, it's the chief of start, and she is just eye focused on making sure no one breaks that line before you hear the gun.
Yep, and I can see on live timing now, Erlen Bjornstad disqualified. So unfortunately, his unbeaten sprinting streak from the Alaska Cup and the Besh Cup has come to an end here at the U.S. National Championships. So now they're up over the top. I can see one skier. Looks like Florian Knopf, I believe.
That is a decisive lead. That if you're going to lead like that on the downhill, you may warrant taking the lead and not worrying too much about the draft effect and people catching back up.
I think I saw Trey Jones maybe in 3rd.
It does look like it's going to be a good battle for second and third, depending on how they navigate that corner down there at the bottom. You can see the sun is kind of at the highest you're going to get it today, so that we're in full-on sunshine, Alaska style, in early January. But they're going to be skiing right up, eyes in the sun, eyes into the wind, as they come across and look down the last 100 meters to the start to the finish line here.
Yeah, and Florian Knopp has maintained his lead. It has tightened a little bit, but he's still got a couple ski length over. Looks like bib 111, actually. That's Jack Christner in 2nd. So good final few turns for Jack. He's moving on to the finals. Throw of the leg by bib 109. Trey Jones, he was 3rd. And 105, Hugo Hinkfist from CU. Both CU skiers, Trey and Hugo. Hugo coming in 4th. And we will wait and see how those times stack up to semifinal 1.
And that was quite a decisive win we saw, and he was actually shutting it down there pretty clearly in the last 50 meters. So we'll see if that kind of conservation of energy will help him in the finals as he goes up against Luke Jaeger and others from the first semifinal.
Yeah, now we got about a 5-minute break, and then we will see who is crowned the women's U.S. national champion coming up next. Set to start at 1:50.
So they are running these heats pretty darn quickly here, but this one is actually the one where the money meets the road, or as they say, for the women. And so there's a lot of nerves going on. You see the women trying to stay warm and jogging around, but um, the jury is confirming the lucky losers for both for the men at this point. So we will have the final four who progresses in the men as well, the official final. Andrew's given us the unofficial.
That's right. Yeah, and still nothing unofficial on zone4.ca. Should give us a little moment here to thank some of our sponsors. Presenting sponsor Toyota of Alaska and local presenting sponsor ConocoPhillips of Alaska. Bibs are provided by Kappa, and we have additional local support from Orthopedic Physicians of Alaska, OPA, as well as Coca-Cola, LifeMed Alaska, North Rim Bank, Anchorage Radiation Oncology Center, and Piston Bully USA. The Waxing Village trailers up in the parking lot by the bunker are brought to you by our local consignment store, the Hoarding Marmot. We have in-kind support helping our volunteers stay warm with Kaladi Brothers Coffee, Watterson Construction, Will Scott, NC Machinery, Alaska Photo Booth Company, Art Seriously, and Cowbells.com. And then if you're a spectator in the crowd, you can eat some food trucks from Yeti Dogs, Pizza Box, and High Five Hand Pies. We've had U.S. National Championships here dating back to 1978. And that was at Russian Jack and Kincaid. So Russian Jack's a golf course that's kind of in the center of town, a ways away from where we are. It would have been a fairly flat course by today's standards. But I don't know if you have any memories from that one. Then next ones came in 1983. U.S. Nationals were all at Kincaid. After that, it was Kincaid in 83, 90, World Masters in 92. We had Olympic trials in 94, 2009, 2010, 2014, and most recently Olympic trials in 2018 here at Kincaid Park.
And I actually will say that in 1983, I actually went out to the World Cup and watched Bill Koch win the World Cup, and watched Jim Galanis and Tim Codwell compete, and Lynn Spencer Galanis compete. And I was very, very motivated, and I think it inspired a whole new generation to want to follow in their footsteps. So hosting that event really started I would say there was already a lot of positive momentum going on here in Alaska, but started a whole new generation of those people who wanted to be like those World Cup skiers from Alaska. So a wonderful way for Kincaid to kind of dip its toe back in. But I will say that I was made my second Olympic team here. Very special to make that team going to Lillehammer, Norway, here on these trails at this stadium. And it looked very much the same, Andrew.
Yes.
But I will say it is very fun to watch and spectate, and happy that I get to be cheering the skiers on today rather than racing. But
right.
We do have the women lined up for the final at this point. They still have some blankets on, but they are moving their skis like they've been told about 30 seconds to start.
It sounds like some big moments there in U.S. skiing history occurring here at Kincaid Park, and I took my family down to the Minneapolis World Cup, and there was, I don't know, 40,000 people there. It was such a huge scene and a big impression for the young skiers to get to see the world's best. It really energizes the next generation, and I see a lot of young fans out there today, no doubt feeling some of the same inspiring feelings that you did a few decades before, and it's going to push our next generation. So here's our women's final now, getting lined up. It's going to be an exciting one. We're about to crown the national title. It's going to be between Erica Lavin, Samantha Smith, Erin Bianco, Mario Poulos, Nina Seaman, and Ave Ondine Duchefour. These are your 6 in the final. Erin Bianco was in control most of her quarterfinal and semi. Sam Smith right there with her. I'd certainly put them podium favorites. Are getting final instructions now from Lynn Hinderman, and they are off. Women's A final on course. U.S. Women's National Champion is going to be crowned in just about 3.5 minutes.
And Sammy Smith not having a great start. This is and the inside lane's definitely having a little bit of advantage in that the way that all played itself out. But this is sprint racing in its final is your instinct is just to go all tempo, but it is a balance between tempo and glide, and everybody has their own style. But you saw the whole gamut on that start there of all tempo and no glide, and all glide
Yeah.
and no tempo.
Yeah, and
So
Sammy Smith finding herself a little off the back there in
yeah.
sixth place, but we're able to get back on the group. There was all six of them heading over that first climb. Now we see the spectators sprinting their way to the top of the Gong Hill to get the best look they can at the top of the hill.
And you can always get back on, but the question is, Andrew, at what cost?
Yeah.
These girls have skied, women have skied 3 races already. This is the fourth of the day. They're tired. They've got lactate that isn't getting removed from their system. And, you're going up against other athletes that have trained just as hard as you do. And so I don't know. It is always one of those questions you ask yourself after the fact. But they're just
Sure.
out there skiing with everything they have right now. They know this is it. They know the national championship is on the line. Everybody wants it to be the national champion today. So we will see how it unfolds.
Yeah, and you can use so much energy to get back to the group, and then you got to use even more and your brain at the same time to work your way through the group and try and get onto that podium. So Sam Smith certainly has her work cut out for her to get back into contention for the national title.
That said, I think this is where being a experienced in multiple sports does come in handy. Being able to think on your feet quickly and react is helpful to have multiple sport experience, whether it be alpine skiing, soccer, ultimate frisbee. I've always been a fan of doing multiple sports just for that reason.
And we are seeing him coming over the Gong Hill. Sam Smith was able to move into fourth. I think I saw Aaron Bianco up there as well. A little hard to tell who exactly was in the front, but it's two skiers out in front. And Mario Poulos from Team Berkey in the front, pulling along with her. Erica Lavin from University of Utah.
And they seem to have pretty equal skis there going down. Whoever's leading seems to be a little bit slower than the one slipping into the draft, but those two have a break. Now the question is, can they keep that break?
Right.
If experience tells us they should be able to maintain that as long as they keep pushing and they don't get tangled on that corner. That would make it a two-way two-way race for the championship.
Neither one of them are Americans, so we will be looking to see who is the actual U.S. champion behind them, but it is...
Well, that may be a race, too.
Yes, it will be.
But this one actually is not a race off the front. And
that is Erica Lavin in the front. She's going to take the first place title today. Erica Lavin, University of Utah, takes the win decisively 30 meters in front of Mario Poulos, and Sam Smith will slot into third, your top American today. She is followed by bib 6, that is Eve Ducheret, and bib 1, Aaron Bianco, back in 5th. Followed lastly by bib 11, that is Nina Seaman in the Dartmouth green.
So there were, who are the Americans that would actually stand on the podium there for the women?
That would be Sam Smith. That would be your U.S.
Champion.
national champion, behind Erica Lavin and Mario Poulos. Erica Lavin's from Sweden, and Mario is from Estonia. And Sam Smith is your top American, your U.S. women's national champion for the U.S.
And Sam Smith did have to expend some energy, as we said, to get back into the group there at the start. She never really got contact back with the top, but she certainly put in a strong effort to come across and take the national championship. Although it will be Erica who takes home the $1,200 today as her reward. But I think both will be happy with that result.
Yeah, big congrats to Erica Lavin as the first place and the winner of today's Women's Sprint Classic. And I believe with today's college rules, she will be able to accept that prize money with the whole name and likeness change. You are allowed to profit off the sport as much as a Nordic skier may or may not do. But congratulations to her and Mario, the two foreigners, going 1-2 ahead of Sam Smith, your U.S. national champion.
And congratulations to Sam Smith, a junior, winning the national championship. I mean, we all, I think, knew she was capable of that, but it is quite a achievement to win a national championship as a junior. And
Yeah, under 20 years old. Impressive. So we're a few minutes now from the men's final, and that's certainly to be just as exciting. That's going to feature Luke Jaeger, Florian Knopp, Andreas Kirkgang, Jack Christner, Murphy Kimball, and Michael Earnhardt. So 4 of the 6 are Americans. Florian Knopp and Andreas Kirkgang are foreigners. And we will see who can be crowned the men's national champion.
And as we wait, a beautiful shot of the stadium there with the skis resting quietly as they wait to be called to the start. But a nice shot of the clouds coming in across the sky as the sun is starting to set here in Anchorage, Alaska.
Yeah, sunsets gets dark about 4:30 this time of year, and it's a low-angle sun that hangs at the horizon for a little bit, so you get some civil twilight help. But as the junior heats get going, the sun certainly is going to set, and the stadium lights are going to take their effect on the evening racing action.
The beautiful part about Kincaid Park is that there are 25 to 30K of lit trails that are well groomed in any normal year. This year a little bit different, but just because of the lack of snow. But you are able to get out after work. You're able to get out early in the morning, and it really is a lifesaver for those of us who like to get out and enjoy the trails every day, but may have other things happening. So during the daytime. Kincaid Park is also connected to some of the other places that Andrew mentioned earlier that have hosted events, Russian Jack, Hillside Park, and we are delighted that all of our trails are connected by the Tony Nels Coastal Trail, which allows everybody to ski just about any place in Anchorage that they want to get as a form of communication.
Yeah, one of the big selling points of living in Anchorage is our urban trail system, not just the Nordic trails, but multi-use trails all over the municipality, including dog sled trails. And if you're looking for a reason to come to Anchorage, the Tour of Anchorage is a great race to come, and you would get to see both our biggest race trail venues, starting at Hillside and going up and over the Spencer Loop, and then all the way down through the midtown of Anchorage along the coastal trail and finishing right here at Kincaid Park. And it's certainly one of the wonderful aspects of Anchorage is the urban trails and all the ski trails. We have over 100 kilometers of groomed ski trails within the municipality, and it's no accident that a lot of great skiers come out of this city. So we can see the men's A final now lining up and getting ready. Just a few more blankets to shed and some final instructions from our race starter, Lynn Hinderman. And we will be underway with the men's A final, ready to crown the next U.S. national champion. So they're sliding up to the start line. It'll be bib 101, Luke Jaeger, 103, Florian Knopp, 107, Andreas Kirkgang, 111, Jack Christner, 104, Murphy Kimball, 106, Michael Earnhardt, and they are on course. Looks like Luke Jaeger got the whole shot and in control up the first climb. Strong double pull, no need to stride when you have that kind of height and core strength. You can double pull up that first hill, no problem. What do you see, Nina?
I saw a really nice clean start. That's the kind of start you want to see in a sprint race. Everybody having space to ski the way they want to ski. You saw multiple different styles out there, but all of them getting it done. They all looked very, very strong going over the top of the first hill. I think this one's going to be one that's going to be close and hopefully a exciting one for everybody to watch at the finish. I mean, as an athlete, you always want to blow it open so that you don't have to worry about it, but it is actually quite fun to have to earn it in the last 100 meters, and that's what you remember when you sit back and think about it years later. So, and it's always more fun for those of us sitting in the commentating booth to watch it be really close. But this one has a lot of talented athletes. You know, some of them coming off World Cups, a lot of World Cup experience, some of them up and coming, hoping to make the World Cup. So you've really got all the worlds kind of in the finals here, showcasing America's best.
Yep, and we are waiting them approaching the Gong Hill. You can see the spectators leaning out onto the course, trying to get the best view possible. I can see some athletes now just making that uphill left-hand corner, and they got about 50 more meters of climbing to the high point of the course. Andreas Kirkhang up in front.
But all of them having very good kick, and all of them really high tempo. You like to see that. Let's see how Luke does here. APU has had very good skis all day today.
He's kind of in that dangerous position out front.
He is in that dangerous position. He's only got people behind him wanting to suck him up, and he's got nothing to chase. So
right.
It's a tough one. But the flip side of that is you go through the corner clean. If you can stay, if you can keep him off your right-hand shoulder as you round down to the stadium here. And this is down there where, sometimes things do get a little bumpy between athletes, a little elbow here and an elbow there, and part of that's just protecting your skis and poles, but part of that is making sure you have space to move.
Looks like Luke Jaeger is hanging on to his lead. I can hear Adam very excitedly speaking. It's going to be tight, though. It's a three-way race.
Very close one, and I wouldn't want to have to out double pole Luke Jaeger. Just watching him race, all 6 of them were in there. And way to the finish line. So that's what you like to see in a good ski race. And congratulations to Florian for the win, and I believe Luke Jaeger for the national championship.
Yeah, and we did see Luke get kind of sucked up there. He had at least 10 meters lead on that descent, looking strong. But as we discussed, it was not enough of a lead. That slipstream and draft, they came right up on him and ultimately had the momentum to take the win there. So I believe actually it was, we're going to have to see how these populate, but it might have been Andreas Kirkhang that beat him. It was one of the DU suits. There was 2 Denver University suits in that A final, Florian Knopp and Andreas Kirkhang. Either way, Luke Jaeger is your top U.S. skier and your U.S. national champion. Hats off to him. He is looking like he belongs at Trondheim. World champs racing the sprint there. Certainly along the side of J.C. Schoonmaker and Ben Ogden, Jack Young, some of these other. We got some good men sprinters right now on the U.S. team, and Luke Jaeger showing he belongs with those fellas.
And I think, Luke took a little bit of a chance coming here rather than going to Tour de Ski. He had both options. He felt like this was his better option for him. This is home. Racing on the trails that kind of bring you back home and gaining a lot of confidence skiing out here. But I think he put a punctuation mark today on he is one of the best skiers in the U.S. and probably deserves to represent us in some form over in Europe this winter. So we're excited for his success today. Another national championship. He does have several already under his belt, but learned that the only difference is that these corners that funnel down quickly are a little bit more manageable when you're on skate skis rather than classic. But the downhill issue with the U-turn corner at the bottom is still the same challenge. So I think everybody who skied this course today probably has a lot to learn. And
right.
If I stand corrected, I think that challenge is going to be true in the mass start tomorrow as well. And that's an area where you can really, a simple mistake can put you out of the contention for the whole race.
Sure.
And it's a shame to ski 15K as hard as you can with the group, and then because of a little mistake on a corner, be out of contention for the finish.
Yeah, and we are in day 2 of 4 here at the U.S. National, so there's a second sprint coming up on Tuesday, and that will be in skating. So the distance course that we saw on Thursday will be used tomorrow. That's a 5K loop, and they're going to do it 4 times, I believe, for 20 kilometers. And then we have the classic sprint today, and then a skate sprint on Tuesday to wrap up the U.S. Nationals up here in Alaska. So we are now looking at our first quarterfinal, cresting the Gong Hill, and it did look like Sydney Drevlo was in front there. A little hard to tell on the screen, but there's 2 skiers out front, and I see one of them in looks like a Far West suit. Not quite, blue and white though, and then an APU skier right behind her. So 2 skiers off front, and a third kind of gliding up to those front 2. So field split apart pretty big time on the Gong Hill, and 3 find themselves fighting for a spot in the semifinals.
And I think you will see this more in the juniors, that you'll see a little bit more spread, and that's a little bit normal just because the field isn't as deep. You know, we are almost putting all the juniors into the final or close to it. All the juniors that probably have any experience racing at this level. So this is going to be a little exciting.
Absolutely. Everybody's got to win their own personal battles and the ones around them. So I see APU skier, looks like Beth McIntosh with about a ski length lead here.
And Beth did actually.
Actually, that's Piper Sears. Sorry.
Piper did actually make up some significant ground there on that corner. APU did seem to have good skis today, and
yeah. So
Sun Valley.
Piper Sears moving on along with Sydney Drevlo. And it's bib 220 Maya Kamagruder there in the red and white Winter Star suit. Bib 221 Netchia Nicholas rounding out that quarterfinal number 1 in the junior women U20 category.
And starting the line up now is, or at the line now, is quarterfinal number 2 for the women.
And that's featuring 204 Neve Gerard, 207 Ruth Krebs, 214 Hannah Koch, 217 Tula Higman, 224 Mia Stiasny, 227 Helen Townley. Sydney Drevlo was sitting in 13th in the ranking list prior to today's sprint, and so showing that she's going to move up that ranking list already with moving on to the semis. And a lot's going to play out over the next hour on that ranking list for the World Juniors and the team that we choose for the Bergamo Chilpario Italy World Junior U23 Championships. Looking at quarterfinal number 2 now lined up. Top qualifier would be Neve Gerard in 204 on course. She's on the far right and now skiing for the University of Utah. And she has the whole shot and about a ski length lead into the first hill.
And she is still double pulling all the way up the hill, much like the seniors. That's really impressive from this group of juniors. They have clearly done a lot of core strength to be able to have that kind of power to be able to double pull that far into a hill. Even though it doesn't look that steep on the camera, it is actually quite steep for double pulling.
I've seen Neve Gerard on the podiums of junior nationals in the past. She's certainly going to be a contender for that again in the junior podium today. She made the U18 trip last year and went on to race OPA Cup, so starting to make her name for herself not only on domestic circuit but also in the Europe racing scene as well. All right, so we're looking for some signs of life here from the Gong Hill. And the quarterfinal 2 should be approaching in about 20 or 30 seconds. Quarterfinal 1 took the athletes about 3 minutes 40 seconds to get around the course.
And the wind is starting to pick up, actually. You'll see the the starting cameras are blowing over as the wind rips through the stadium here. But and you can see at the top of Gong Hill there on your video feed that right as the skiers are entering it, the flags are kind of flipping in the wind. But you'll see the skiers start to come up and over the hill, doing the herringbone. That last part is quite steep before they break back into the classic striding technique. But
and I did see 204. I'm told it's pronounced Neve Gerard and 204 in the front there. So she's got a very solid lead, probably 30 meters, maybe more, coming through the descent with a pack of swirling 3 behind her, trying to catch on. So Nev Gerard off in the front with a commanding lead here in quarterfinal 2.
That is by far the largest lead we've seen in a quarterfinal heat, and it will be tough for them to catch her. It is not impossible, but that's a lot of distance to make up.
Yeah, maybe she just double pulled the entire thing and nobody could match it. She just crushed it so far.
And unfortunately for these groups, it's really hard to compare times, even though that's the way we pick our lucky losers. There's so many little things in a 3-minute race that can impact you: the gust, the speed of the wind, the gusts of the speed of the wind out on the course, that you really can't compare yourself. So, and it looks like actually she's been a lot of time had been eaten up.
I think she must
again.
have fallen because she's back with Neves now right there with the green suit. Looks like 2-0 Hannah Koch, 207 Ruth Krebs there in the green suit. So Nev and Ruth moving on. Looks like Hannah Koch right behind her in third. 217 Tula Higman and 224 Mia Stiasny from APU across the line. So we'll see how those times compare to quarterfinal 1. They're going to need to beat 3 minutes 46 seconds in order to solidify themselves as a lucky loser.
My guess is she didn't fall, but my guess is she took the corner pretty conservative because of the lead, and people were able to capitalize on that and kind of soak back up some of that distance. But she had what she needed to
right.
Advance, and that's all that mattered.
Yeah, she either just stood up and kind of coasted in, or maybe took a stumble. No snow covered on her, so yeah, I think you're right. I doubt she fell, but she had a very commanding lead into the downhill, and then came around with everyone else. So
again, that is when you have 3 people chasing, all kind of pulling together, it really is a huge advantage. So it will be interesting what lessons people learn from that in the races tomorrow, because there are, in this 5K course, there are some long downhills that people will be able to suck you back up, but at the same time there's going to be some long uphills in which to make significant breaks. Elliott's Climb is a worthy hill.
Looking now to quarterfinal 3, we have Sammy Legat, Nikki Johnson, Antigone Loomis, Isabella Waters, Delaney Jackson, and Inga Wing, and they are now on course. Antigone, Loomis, a daughter of Scott Loomis out of Steamboat Springs.
Scott Loomis was also a teammate of mine back in the late 90s, early 2000s. A very, very wonderful skier and good sprinter. I'm guessing his daughter will follow suit.
Yeah, we will see. Here she qualified 15th out of the U20 top 30. So have some times populating from quarterfinal 2, and Hannah Koch does move on as a lucky loser, just behind Beth McIntosh. So we got one lucky loser, Beth McIntosh from quarter 1, and one lucky loser, Hannah Koch from quarter 2. That's preliminary. We got 3 more quarters to go, so that could change. But that is where the lucky losers stand. Neve Gerard, Piper Sears, Sydney Drevlo, Ruth Krebs for sure moving on as they finished in the top 2 of their heats. And again, this shot is the top of Gong Hill, and that candlestick and triangle flag tells the story of the wind that is rustling around out there through the birch forests of Kincaid Park. It is cold out there. It wouldn't be so cold if it wasn't for that wind, but it bites and it comes straight out of the north, and it makes things pretty frigid here as the sun has now gone at least behind the clouds and put the stadium into shade. It's only going to get darker from here, and that wind does not seem to be letting up.
It doesn't. The good news is, well, good news you're a skier, but the good news is the clouds are coming in, which means it will likely A, warm up, and B, probably shed some snow, and that's always a good thing. So we look forward to having a little bit more white stuff around and hope that we can have that happen here before the end of the championships. Like Andrew said, the today is the second race of 4 in the series. Tomorrow will be the second distance race. It will be a skate race, mass start, and no, a classic race, mass start. Always fun to do a classic mass start here. It will be 10 kilometers for both the men and the women, 2 laps of a 5K course, and that action will begin at 11 tomorrow, Alaska time. So we hope you can join us for that. The men will start first again tomorrow, and again reversing the order, and we will kick off the action of the mass start race tomorrow. Tuesday we will have the final day. Tomorrow we will also announce the teams for World Juniors and the U23. Those qualifications will be completed, and then the 4th day of racing will be the skate sprint on Tuesday, and another fun-filled day packed with excitement to cover the sprint race, and then the World Championship team will not be announced until early February, but all of the inputs that will go into that discussion and calculation will be completed.
Tight racing here unfolding in quarterfinal 3. Looks between 2:15 Antigone Loomis and 2:06 Nikki Johnson. They're going to be moving on for sure. In third here in this quarter is Isabella Waters, and fifth, 2:05, that is Sammy Legat. 2:25 Montana State Bobcat skier Delaney Jackson crossing the line. And one more straggler, 2:26 Inga Wing with LNR now crossing. Looking at women's quarterfinal 4 now, getting ready. Blankets have come off. That will feature 2:02 Nina Schamberger, Lena Poduska, Britta Johnson, Aurora Stiles, Linnea Ustigian, and Maya Turpak. And they are off. So the favorite of this one, at least ranked-wise from the morning, would be bib 2:02, the University of Utah skier Nina Schamberger. And she does have the whole shot, stays in the double pole, and powers up that first climb. All the other girls except for one switch to striding, and she is only built on her lead, just maintaining that double pole and that power into the second climb. And now I'm watching her switch to striding, and she's got about 2 or 3 ski length lead up over this first climb and into the first descent down to the frog pond.
And the good news is by double pulling all that time, you need less wax on your skis. So again, she will probably have the fastest skis of the group, having not overly kick waxed her skis. And so we'll see. We'll wait and see as she comes down over the hill. Well, we'll see her come back up the steep part of Going Hill, and then we'll watch her skis glide into the stadium.
Yeah, Nina Schamberger currently ranked second on that World Junior list, just ahead of Nev Gerard. Of course, Sammy Smith is first on that from the distance and will no doubt maintain that lead with another 100-point finish today, being the top U.S. skier and the top U20. Also in this heat is Lena Poduska, currently ranked 4th in the World Junior rankings. They take six men, 6 women, to not only World Juniors but also the U18 Cup, and then typically for the U23s trip, that's 5 and 5 men and women for that trip. So to really stamp your ticket to Europe, you want to be in the top 3. It's always a good idea to stay out of the bubble range when you're trying to qualify. I learned that the hard way and end up on the outside looking in. So that's something to keep in mind during the longer summer months of training, is that you're working to decisively make your name at the top 3 and get yourself out of that gray area, nerve-wracking bubble of being 5th through 7th, 8th, right on the edge of making the team or not. And so far, Sammy Smith, Nina Schamberger, and Nev Gerard have done that, sitting in the top 3 of the ranking list.
Well, and I think Sammy Smith is making a name for herself not only on the ranking list in the junior side, but on the senior side as well, which is exciting. She's
Absolutely.
going to have the choice of which trip she would like to
Right.
go on, and that may come down to her schedule with other sports that she's into. But again, they really have bunched back up even after the decisive start there. So
Yeah.
there could have been some stepping on poles or something that happened over there in the woods, out of the view of the camera, but that really did tighten back up, given the decisiveness that they were skiing up that hill and the different techniques that they were using.
Yeah, and I'm going to expect them to kind of all be together now when they come around to the final stretch based on how they came off that downhill. We shall see in just a few minutes.
I think this course really does, in the shape that it's in right now, it's a very different course. It skis a different course if it's fresh powdery snow, when the climbs seem to take a toll on themselves. And here they come. You're right, they are fairly close together, I would say within 5 to 7 seconds of each other, the whole group, but really fairly tight as they come across the finish line.
Yeah, and that is 2:02 Nina Schamberger, just ahead of 2:09 Lena Poduska. So those two are moving on, no doubt. 2:19 would be Aurora Stiles from University of New Hampshire, I believe, and she's going to have
third.
to, wait and see if she's the lucky loser.
Yeah. But I would say this course, as it's shaping up, is really a sprinter's course. If as long as you can stay in the pack, hang in there, and slingshot it around at the end, and you've got talent to do that, it does come down to the final stretch, as we saw in the men's final.
Yeah, no shakeup in the lucky losers from quarterfinal 3. That heat, Antigone coming in at 3:47. And so Isabella Waters and Sammy Lagatste are done, and your lucky losers stay at Hannah Koch and Beth McIntosh at the moment from quarter 2 and 1, respectively. So we'll wait for times from quarterfinal 4. Meantime, quarterfinal 5 makes their way to the start line, getting their last call from Lynn Hinderman, and they are off. This features Maeve Engelfinger, Annalise Hanna, Allie Wheeler, Dash McCabe, Molly Maybeck, and Tegan Hoffman now on course. And they are all in a pack still, going up that first climb. We see a few switching to striding, but most of this group staying in double pole. And that's keeping the pack tight here. If you can stay in double pole, you have a little bit of a flat before a second portion of this first climb, and so we see a lot of the athletes electing to keep double poling through that first hill into the flat, so they don't have to switch gears. Every time you switch between double pole and striding, you lose a little bit of momentum, a little bit of miles per hour, and so the less gear changes you have to go through, the more momentum you maintain.
The other reason to stay in double pole only is you get into a rhythm, and when you switch it up, the people in front of you, behind you, or beside you, there's a more chance that you're going to connect poles.
Good point.
Or skis or anything else. But skis are usually in the track, but your poles take on a different cadence, and so that's how a lot of poles get broken or tangled or stepped on.
So this is the final quarterfinal for the U20 women, and that will then give way to the U20 men to get their turn in the spotlight here at the U.S. Nationals. And right now we're looking at semifinal 1 for the women U20, composing of Nev Gerard, Piper Sears, Antigone Loomis, Sydney Drevlo, Ruth Krebs, and Nina Schamberger, Nikki Johnson, and Lena Poduska currently in semifinal 2. And I think we're waiting to see what happens in this quarterfinal for those final 2, and then confirming who the lucky losers are. So there they are, cresting Gong Hill now. And it does look like the field has spread apart a little bit in this fifth quarterfinal. Hard to pick up who that was streaking through the screen in first, but there are 2 skiers off on their own.
Coming down the downhill, in which we've seen so many people kind of equalize distance, make up distance on the leaders on this hill. But interestingly enough, and I don't want to jinx anybody, but everybody that's come down this hill has taken this hill very cleanly. We have, seen a couple bobbles, but no spectacular crashes. And it is a fast hill. It's fast today, but everybody has skied it clean. And other than the first second heat, I think, where we had a couple people go down at the very start, we really haven't seen that many tangle ups out here,
right.
which is good. You like a skate day or a classic sprint day that is clean and no one's broken poles or skis or tangled skis. It's always sad to see that. We have seen one disqualification. That's always unfortunate, but there will be a second sprint here this week, so there will be a second chance at that.
So I see Dartmouth skier Maeve Inglefinger now coming to the line. She should make the semifinals no issue at all. She's followed by 2:08 Annalise Hanna. So those two are moving on. And then in third, pushing super hard to the line, trying to get that final lucky loser spot, is 2:13 Allie Wheeler. And Allie is got the RMD Colorado suit, looks like to me.
And all the skiers coming in actually looking strong and like they've skied a good race.
I'm seeing Allie Wheeler actually as an affiliation of Casper Nordic, so that's a unique place to be. A Nordic skier from Casper, Wyoming, is kind of out in the Great Plains on their own, and we've had a few skiers once in a while poke out of there, but they're rare. It's great when that happens. Love to see the depth of the Wyoming.
Wasn't that Adam Verrier's neck of the woods?
Well, he grew up in New Hampshire, but then went and skied for the University of Wyoming.
I thought he lived out in the boonies there for a while.
He may have. He's everywhere. We're looking now at the men's quarterfinal one getting lined up. I'll get you the final lineup for the women's semifinals in just a minute. But featured in men's quarterfinal number one is bib 301 Owen Young, 310 Nate Stroibel, 311 Babyorn Flagstad, 320 Jack Levesque, 321 Quentin Koch, and 330 Tori Hoffman. So they still have the blankets on their backs, and actually I'm only seeing 5 blankets, 5 skiers in the lineup, so there may be a DNS of one of those quarterfinal one.
Looks like Tori Hoffman is the one that's not starting from Adelaide 1.
And it might be a strategy to save some energy for the mass start tomorrow. There'll be a separate junior 10K that they're going to do, and that will be the final decisive moment for making a trip to Europe. And so you want as much energy as possible if you're back in the sprinting.
And if you are a distance skier, it really does make sense to ski the qualifications, go out there, ski once, get the spider globes out today.
Right.
But not to do the 3 heats out in the cold, and especially with this kind of wind sucking the energy out of you, to put all your efforts in tomorrow. Tomorrow, mass starts are amazingly fun to watch. They are actually very fun to ski, but they also take a lot more energy than an individual start because you're trying to manage a lot of things that are out of your control, and that is always just a little bit more taxing on your brain, but your body's also a little bit more on edge. So
right.
Being really mentally and physically prepared for that and excited for that is probably a wise choice for some that today might not have been their best chance.
Yeah, and as these junior heats move on into the afternoon and evening, we're getting into under 24 hours until their next race. So every ounce of recovery and energy that they can conserve or build back up is going to matter a lot tomorrow in the mass start.
And I recall as a junior here at Nationals or even at the Junior Nationals, juniors aren't used to racing 4 races in 5 days or 4 races in 6 days in this case. So that's a lot of racing. And, unless you're used to doing that in the World Cup, it is something that puts your body through a lot of stress. And, it's a long season for these juniors and really for many of them just beginning. So coaches may be advising that, pick and choose the ones you think are important and your best shot.
Right. So I'm seeing the DNS was actually Owen Young, the UVM skier, and did not start that. So Nate Stroibel, Fabian Flagstad, Jack Levesque, Quentin Koch, and Tori Hoffman on course for men's quarterfinal 1. just in a minute. I'll give you the.
They're coming right over the top there. A couple of them slipping, which would maybe mean the snow is getting worked and reworked and maybe getting a little bit greasy, or maybe somebody didn't put quite enough wax on, whatever it is. We are across the stadium. You may hear in the reverberating background doing the prize ceremony for the women's celebration. But we are, and we're switching to it live.
Yeah, that is the ceremony for the women's seniors, it looked like. So we're going to try and get you coverage of both the junior quarterfinals and the podium ceremony. There's Sam Smith collecting her third place. And that would be, I believe, Mariopoulos getting second. And
when the skiers come back into the stadium, we're hoping the cameras will automatically switch back over. But
so there's Erica Lavin, your victor today. She wins the women's classic sprint. And she is joined by Mariopoulos and Samantha Smith on the podium. Here's the finish from quarterfinal 1. And Jackson Hole skier 310 handily moving on. That would be, I got to get down the screen all the way. 310 Nate Stroibel wins it, no problem. Again, Owen Young is a DNS. I think I saw Winter Stars Babyorn Flagstad 320. Also in that is Jack Levesque. And we will see how those times shake out in just a minute.
And you saw a quick glimpse there of the prize ceremony. They are receiving the cash prize. The winner today will receive $1,200. The second place award will be $600, and the $300 for third. So that is an important part. They will also award the national championship. Will go to Americans only, and we will watch that ceremony here in a minute.
So the men's quarterfinal number 2 are taking final instructions for their start, and it's going to feature Woody West, bib 304, Matthias Sokolski, 307, Marcus Brian Grota in bib 314, Charles Ben Oldham 317, Jonah Gorman 324, and for FXC out of Fairbanks, Wells Wappett in bib 327. And they are off on course, and a great start from Jonah Gorman. He's going to get the whole shot out of bib lane 6 and rocket himself into that first hill with all the other skiers in tow. I can see it looks like Marcus Grota in the UAA suit just behind him, and it is all tight as they crest the first hill and head to the frog pond. So here's the American podium from the women's program. You can see Aaron Bianco there in second, and we're going to see Sam Smith gain the top step of the podium. Well earned for her today. Sam Smith, your U.S. national champion.
And that's got to feel great as a junior to be the best junior in the country today, but also the best American female skier in the country in the sprint race on this special day in January.
Right, yeah, and so Nina Seaman there, Dartmouth skier, is third place for the American podium.
And there you have it, your American top 1, 2, and 3 finishers in the individual sprint classic technique.
So from that mid-quarterfinal, Nate Stroibel was your winner, Babyorn Flagstad in number 2, so they are moving on for sure.
And we are now on the top of Gong Hill with the men. Oh, now we're back to the women on the stadium, but the men are out just coming over the top and down into the stadium on almost nearing the finish. They have one more little loop to go down and around the corner before they come back into the stadium. Again, the quarterfinal round for the men, and as they progress back into the stadium and into the finish line.
Yeah, and I couldn't see who was out in front, but it was an all-blue suit. So if you have a skier in an all-blue suit in this heat, they are about 20 meters out in front. We'll get a bib number as soon as we can and see who that was. But as things have played out historically today, I expect that all group to come back together, and they have. There's 3 skiers all in a row here. It's going to be tight. It's going to be a 4-way race here. As one skier swings out to grab an extra lane, it's going to come down to Woody West, and charging up the side is 317 Charles Ben Oldham, but it's not enough to pass Marcus Brian Grota, and coming in Matthias Sokolski in the UAA suit behind them. So tight finish, real tight in men's quarterfinal 2. But it does look like Woody West took that one. Woody West out of the Bridger Ski Foundation in Bozeman, Montana.
Bozeman has a lot of strong up-and-coming younger athletes, so I just look forward to what they are going to be doing in 5 years from now when some of these juniors are, in fact, seniors and have so much experience under their belt.
And lucky losers from quarterfinal 1 currently Quentin Koch and Jack Levesque. So if any of these skiers end up in 3rd or 4th from these subsequent quarterfinals, they're going to need to break a time of 3:08.56 to move on to the semis.
And
right now you kind of have an overhead shot of the finish. I think we're about to go to the men's podium. We're looking at, there it is, Michael Earnhardt, 3rd place American today. And Luke Jaeger, 2nd place overall, 1st American. Congratulations to these 2 APU skiers. And your winner today, Andreas Kirkang from the University of Denver, downtown Denver, and I believe Norway.
Hailing from Norway.
Yep. So
again, so because he is Norwegian, the top honors will go to Luke. He will get his award. But you can see they're holding a very special Alaskan gift there. It's a Alaska reindeer sausage, I believe, award, somehow crafted into an award. But they were made, designed specially for these athletes as a memento from Alaska.
So big congratulations to our podium today. Andreas Kirkang, Luke Jaeger, and Michael Earnhardt.
And you can see Michael Earnhardt is sporting the biathlon logo. I believe he also is competitive in the biathlon side.
I did not know that. I know he's gotten top 10 at Mount Marathon, one of our premier mountain running races occurring on the 4th of July down in Seward, Alaska. You got to be fit to win that one because it's a massive uphill, 3,000 vertical feet of climbing in under 5 kilometers up and down a mountain at the head of Resurrection Bay. And Michael Earnhardt has been in the top 5 for that race. So always a test point for some of the skiers, seeing how their summer training's going when they jump in that race and see if they can knock heads with the best mountain runners in the state and beyond. So, yeah.
Still a mystery to me why the cross-country skiers do that. I run that now and I think, what was I thinking?
Yeah, it's a dangerous proposition. There's our men's quarterfinal 3, cresting Gong Hill. I wasn't able to catch who exactly is in the front, but there is one skier leading about 10 meters on the downhill above 2 others.
And they're coming back into the stadium now. Looks like Denver skier potentially in the lead, significantly in the lead, but as we've seen, that is easy to lose on this downhill, this long straightaway downhill. And just for context, this downhill at this point is is extremely windy. There are gusts going every which way in the stadium. There is no one way of the wind truly blowing, but it's blowing about 15 miles an hour, and the it is a tailwind on the way down that hill, so the wind is pushing you. So if you're in a larger pack, it's even giving you more of a lift. And here they come.
Well, here you see on your screen, oh, there was Murphy Kimball getting third place U20, but now we're back to the quarterfinal action, and that is 316 Lucas Wilmot, easily moving on. University of Utah skier just ahead of 305. No doubt moving on Finn Christensen, and 315 Landon Wyatt will be hoping for a lucky loser position. We'll see how those times stack up.
And we're back to the men's national champions, first, second, and third place. Boy, do they look really happy. I'm not sure they're really happy to be done and soon to be out of the cold, but they're very happy. And you can see our title sponsor there, ConocoPhillips, and all the other sponsors there on the background as well. So
yeah, it's Luke Jager, Michael Earnhardt, and Murphy Kimball as your United States America podium finishers.
3 Anchorage, Alaska boys.
That's right. Showing home court advantage is a real thing here at Kincaid Park. So we're now going to look for men's quarterfinal number 4, and that will be Dane Karch of APU, Callahan Waters, bib 309, William Bentley, bib 312, Jack Dalby, 319, Jasper Jacobson, 322, and Quinn Holland, bib 329. That is set to go in just about 1 minute. They're doing a great job of staying on schedule. I think Lynn Hennerman is mostly in charge of that. Former principal, school administrator. She can keep everybody in line and on task, no doubt about it.
And I remember back in the day when Lynn's first year of coaching. Well, we've been thinking the volunteers would certainly need to be thanked standing out here in the wind. And
absolutely.
Lynn is calling them to the start now, so we're watching them get prepared. And they're off. Clean start. And there's certainly a lot of officials that are have been doing this for many years, volunteering out here. But they put their heart and soul into it. And wonderful for those of us who skied out here to come back and see them still here, giving of their time and talent. But we also fail to oftentimes thank the coaches and the wax technicians. They're standing out in the cold even longer than the athletes. They got out here probably about 7:30 or earlier this morning, and they'll be here till 5:30 testing skis for the race tomorrow. It is long and arduous work, and I know you already know this, Andrew, but we don't pay them that well for all that they do. So
it's a grind. Yeah.
Many of them do that purely on a volunteer basis. So a real big call out to all the coaches, parents, wax techs, everybody who helps our athletes get to the starting line, from the starting line, and who put in arduous hours out here to help support the human side of all of this.
Yeah, I think it's a testament to what this sport can do to your soul and to your personality, and it's such a long grind, just not only from summer to winter, but year after year after year. And to be the best in this sport, you need to put in at least a decade. Nothing really comes super easy in this sport. It's a long grind, and if you have that passion that can be instilled in you, and you take it into coaching and then give it back to the community, there's certainly accolades deserving to those folks that do that year in and year out. And most everybody who's ski raced before has some coach in their history that they can thank that got them to the next level, or taught them something they didn't know about themselves, and showed them the way to a better person, a tougher person, and a stronger person.
And here they come, just over the top of Gong Hill there. It's not showing on your screen, but they're going to be showing coming down into the stadium here.
Looks like they're all together.
They are very actually tightly packed. A little bit of gap between the first 3 and the second 3, but that will be easily sucked up as they... Ooh, and we do have one more down. Just as I said, we haven't had many crashes today, but... that the skier there just got a ski caught, and the course is getting a little bit softer. It's getting a lot of ski action on it, and so you are starting to get little ruts on those corners, and when you get tired and you're just not paying attention, they can grab your ski and just rip it out from underneath you. So that's what looked like it would happen. It didn't look like it was a bad fall. Didn't look like it caused any injuries or anything. But it is unfortunate when you go down.
Yeah, I think that may have been bib 319 Jack Dalby, but I'm not sure. Here comes now to the finish. 312 William Bentley looking over his shoulder, testing to see if he can make it. No problem for him. He will be followed by 302 Dane Karch and 309 Callahan Waters. Just behind him is 329. That is Quinn Holland and 322 Jasper Jacobson. And that was, in fact, Jack Dalby that went down. So he is going to
He'll ski it in and call it a day, I think.
conserve the rest of his energy for tomorrow.
Speaking of mindless falls, I once took a mindless fall skiing in Seefeld, Austria, and right in front of a Eurosport camera. And you know, Andrew, being a commentator for Eurosport, when they catch something like that, they love to use it and use it and use it.
Oh, dear.
And it wasn't just a small fall like Darby's. It was off the side of the hill, which had a little bit of an embankment. And I had to crawl back up with my skis and put them back on, and Eurosport played it over and over.
Made it
in
into a
slow-mo.
highlight reel. Oh, man.
And I didn't live that one down for quite a few weeks.
I imagine. That is tough, but it happens. I once went off the trail and into an otter slide, and was back with two-piece race suits. We've gone back to the one-piece, but the bottoms just kind of pulled right down to my knees, and I stood up, and I was out in the New England deciduous forest, standing with my race suit around my knees and trying to hike it back up as I got back to course. Luckily, that was a Eastern Carnival, and it was not televised, so I did not have to live that one over and over again. But it happens. So, men's quarterfinal 5, I believe, will be next, and that's going to feature Davis Ism, Benjamin Barbier, Peter John Bragonier, Peter Warner, Nate Veltman, and Landon Laverdiere. We are looking for times here still from men's quarterfinal number 4. And that men's quarterfinal 3 was actually one of the faster ones. So Landon Wyatt was third in that heat in a time of 3:08, and that is one of the lucky loser spots. Quentin Koch from quarterfinal 1 was also 3:08, and both of those were faster than all of the skiers of quarterfinal 2.
It looks like we are taking off the blankets for the 5th and final quarterfinal round for the men's junior U23 heats.
And we just got times populated from quarterfinal 4, and Callahan Waters was third in that heat and missed the lucky loser spot by about 0.3 of a second. So super close that his day is done. And hanging on to it is Landon Wyatt and Quentin Koch at 3:08.56. So all within about a half second of each other for that lucky loser position, which could change here in quarterfinal 5. We will see how this goes. And oftentimes we see Jessie Diggins try to pull that strategy, go in the quarterfinal 5, where she's allowed to choose which quarter she goes in, and then theoretically against some of the slower ranked skiers of the morning. But if you push the pace, even if you come in third, you have a chance of being lucky loser, which she's done out of quarterfinal 5 at least a couple times this winter. So there's strategies at play, but yeah, never over with the lucky loser until you see all the times populated in the results sheet.
And I would ask if it doesn't play on your mental mindset, where you're not focused on your next race, you're focused on what everybody else is racing, what their time is, and I don't know if it's not just worth taking your chances in whatever heat, and focusing on what you can
Control yourself.
But some people handle pressure differently. Some people thrive on that kind of energy. That certainly wasn't my take, but I would prefer to go first and maximize my rest from a sports physiology
Sure.
point of view. But everybody thrives on something different. So I had a roommate who, as a junior, who would do really well when she just didn't care at all about the fact that she was racing a major championship race. And we're watching them come over, going here, all of them looking actually fairly strong at that point. and convinced herself that she was just skiing at Kincaid Park, and that strategy worked perfectly for her. So
Yeah.
I, of course, needed a little bit of pressure to make it feel more real. So two different approaches.
There's a APU skier out in front, just ahead of Montana State Bobcat, looks like. And I think that's going to be Davis Ism leading this group.
And we will see them here in just about 10 seconds coming into the stadium. We'll be able to identify the bib number more easily from that camera angle.
And Davis Ism is a skier for APU, and I saw an APU suit in front, so I'm assuming that's him, because I don't know of any of the other names belonging to APU Ski Club.
And in the distance there, you can see our external outside announcer, Adam Verrier.
The orange pants there.
Orange pants, notorious for his orange pants.
So that is Davis Ism there on the left, but it's a 3-horse race here. It's going to be tight. Montana State Bobcat skier Ben Barbier will grab the second spot, and Fairbanks skier Peter John in third. He will have to wait and see what his time was. Peter John Braganeer out of Fairbanks and the FXC Ski Club.
And Fairbanks actually is sending a bigger and bigger contingent down each time, so we're delighted with that. Their ski club has had some really good success recently, and Ari Indestad obviously being part of that when he was there, but good to see that they have a blossoming club team going on there too.
Yeah, I feel like they're kind of the echoing of the Hanneman brothers, Reese and Logan, David Norris. We've had a few before that, but that's kind of who I think who really raised the level of Fairbanks skiing and kind of showed the door for skiers like Kendall Kramer and some of the Woppets to come down and make their own mark in the annals of domestic ski racing.
When I was ski racing, Fairbanks had a lot of core group of athletes who trained together up there, and we would all, the Anchorage athletes, would get in a van and go up and train, and John Estel would pick us up, and we would have, official and unofficial training camps up there. So it was a good group. You could tell all the athletes now. We are switched back over to the women for the semifinals, but they all look each round they look a little bit colder and a little bit colder at the starting line. You see, we got a new angle coming into the start. You can see what we mean by there is a little bit of a stagger at the start, but probably the starting line is favoring people in the gates 6, 5, and 4 more than it is 3, 2, and 1. But here go the women in the first semifinal.
Featuring Nev Gerard, bib 204, Piper Sears 210, Antigone Loomis 215, Sydney Drevlo 201, Ruth Krebs 207, and Beth McIntosh, bib 211. And we're seeing a little bit more striding in that first hill, so I think the length of the day and the number of efforts are starting to compile on some of these younger athletes. It certainly would be for me.
Well, and some of these younger athletes don't have the years of training, so the endurance levels of going level 4 and sitting down on the couch for 2 hours, going level 4 and sitting down on the couch for 2 hours is not, it doesn't come as naturally. And I'm just thinking from this camera angle here of watching them ski up that hill out of the stadium, it reminds me a lot of the hill and the incline of going out of the Lati Stadium, where many World Cup and World Championships have been skied, but sort of a similar up an initial sort of climb out of the start, a little flat in Lati crosses the road, but and the wax trailers, and then on up into the woods, but very similar look as the spectators can kind of stand on both sides of that.
We've seen a couple iterations of national championship sprint courses, and this one was used in 2018, but that was the first time that it's been used. And I think this is a better course than what we had before. The one before didn't go all the way up the Gong Hill, and we saw before they came up with technique zones to try and get rid of people double pulling on skate skis. They had a much better chance of double pulling the old course without issue, going behind the scoreboard and up over the tunnel. Really didn't lend itself to great sprinting. Lots of ways to glide up into the front of the group, and really here there's only one zone where you can glide up. If you can hammer that Gong Hill and get away, you have to really get away, but otherwise, there's a much better climb to this. There's more turns to it, and a descent with some corners in it that all make tactics play a little bit more so than the old course did, I think.
Yeah, when I commented earlier, that's not a very, I would say it's an average challenging course. I'm comparing it to Soldier Hollow, Homocolon, Falloon, Lottie. Some of these hills that are World Cup courses, but for a domestic course, it's actually not that bad. Here they come over the top of Gong Hill,
I think I saw
all of
Nev
them.
Gerard in that University of Utah suit on the looker's left. She was flanked by somebody, perhaps Piper Sears in the blue and white. But all in a group here into the descent.
And as you can see, the skiers are starting to kind of not have the same grip. This morning, the tracks were so hard and so crisp, but so many people skied over it that the snow is so old that those snowflake edges are just softening and softening with each go round. So it's harder and harder to make the same wax work, despite the temperature probably dropping at this point.
Yeah, the sun now has gone back down over the southern horizon, and the overcast skies are coming in. We'll see if it doesn't look like the wind is abating yet. It's supposed to later in the week shift to coming from the south, and we'll see if that brings in some warm air. But so far, still cold and still requiring blankets to line up for your semifinals and finals, which we have going on right now.
And nearly all athletes at this point are taking the blankets. Early on, I think you would see about half and half. 50% of the athletes were declining the blanket, but at this point, everybody's got a blanket on. It looks like they've been provided by West High School, which is my alma mater, but classic green and black, but it's a good look.
Sydney Drevlo and Nev Gerard easily moving on to the finals. 207, that's Ruth Krebs, and 215
No one
is
in sight.
Antigone Loomis. So four together with Nev and Sydney easily moving on. And they are, like I said earlier, in the top three of the World Junior ranking, and showing that they belong there in sprinting as well.
Here goes the next semifinal, the second semifinal for the women off. Women U20. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. We were talking about the women U20, so these are the juniors, all competing for the top junior spot today at the U.S. National Championships 2025.
Yeah, this is the second semifinal for the U20 women, featuring Nina Schamberger, Maeve Inglefinger, Nikki Johnson, Annalise Hanna, Lena Poduska, and Aurora Stiles. So this is the second semifinal, and we are looking to figure out who will make the junior final from this. We will know in just a few minutes.
Just as relative context, we've had 15 races, if you assume all the qualifications to be one race. So 15 races so far, and we have 4 races left to go. So stay with us. We are 2 semifinal men's heats away, and then 2 finals for the women first, and then for the men. And upon the completion of all the heats, they will be giving out awards. So please feel free to stay on the live feed and watch your athlete of choice get their award or their prize. And Keegan Randall will be down in the stadium asking for comments from some of the skiers and getting some thoughts on the day. So if you can stay with us after that, we look forward to having Keegan live in our stadium and at the award ceremony.
Yeah, we'd like to thank our presenting sponsor, Toyota, and local presenting sponsor, ConocoPhillips, for bringing you today's action and making this event possible. Also, additional local support from OPA, or Orthopedic Physicians of Alaska, Coca-Cola, LifeMed Alaska, North Rim Bank, Anchorage Radiation Oncology Center, and Piston Bully USA.
You would not be seeing this live feed, without 49th Media. So we thank them for coming out and supporting us here at Kincaid.
Yep, they're really doing a good job of adjusting to what it's like to cover a ski race, and we appreciate all the different camera angles they are bringing us here in the sprint finals. So we see our athletes cresting Gong Hill now, and they're going to be descending back into the stadium here just in a minute. Or a few seconds there. Looks like 3 real tight together, a little gap to 4th, and then a bigger gap to 5th and 6th. And I think that's Maeve Inglefinger in the front there. Looks like a green Dartmouth suit. And a University of Utah skier, Nina Schamberger, I believe, right in there with them. We'll get better look at their bib numbers here in just a second.
A good college matchup heat here.
Yeah.
And Dartmouth, a lot of skiers here. A great program, definitely developed some great Winter Olympians, but this year is the host of the 2025 NCAA All-America NCAA Championships at Oak Hill in Hanover, New Hampshire. So that will be the first time Dartmouth has hosted the NCAAs in quite some time.
Yeah, I remember they hosted in 2002, and I don't remember one since then. I think they've added some snowmaking and the ability to host some of these major races later in the season. So there's 202, well in front, University of Utah skier Nina Schamberger looks over her shoulder. No issues to be found. She will move on to the finals along with Dartmouth skier Maeve Inglefinger, lunging for the line, 209, Lena Poduska, and 206 is Nikki Johnson right there with him. It's 208, Annalise Hanna. They will join Nev Gerard and Sydney Drevlo in the U20 women's final.
Normally I would take the strategy of not worrying about coming across the line first or second, saving the energy if all things were created equal at the start. But given this is such a slanted start, I think I would make the extra effort and push through the line to take that top spot in these heats to make sure I got to pick the best lane that I felt comfortable in, whatever lane that be.
Yeah, because you're able to pick your lane based on how you finished the previous round. So certainly an advantage to pick a skier's right lane, and then you get the inside corner and save yourself 5 meters to the finish, and certainly 5 meters to the first hill. So we're waiting for times to populate, and as we do, the men's semifinal 1 will be beginning to line up, and that features Woody West, Nate Stroibel, Lucas Wilmot, Vebjorn Flagstad, Marcus Brian Grota, and also Quentin Koch.
And we are going to go live to the stadium right now with Keegan Randall. Keegan, great to see you. And who do you have on the feed with us right now?
All right, well, fantastic finish there. How's your day been here at Kincaid Park?
Day's been really good. I'm from New Hampshire, so the snow's a lot different here, but I'm really enjoying it. Yeah.
And had you had a lot of time on snow before this event?
No, not at all. Yeah, this is like maybe my second sprint. So yeah, it's going well, but definitely early in the season. So it's all good and fun experience.
Awesome. And what do you have coming up after these championships?
After this, I go back to the east, and we have our Eastern Cup series. So I think next maybe is Lake Placid. So that'll be fun. Yeah, I love that course.
And Lake Placid will be hosting the World Cup finals at the end of next season, so you get a chance to preview those courses and maybe make a bid for that team.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Thanks for joining us in Anchorage. Yep, back to you.
So that was Annalise Hanna and Keegan Randall there at the finish. Annalise Hanna's day looks like it will continue. That women's semifinal 2 was quite a bit faster. Her time would have won that semifinal 1. So in the women's U20 final will be Nina Schamberger, Nev Gerard, Sydney Drevlo, Maeve Inglefinger, Lena Poduska, and Annalise Hanna, who you saw getting interviewed by Keegan Randall.
And what a special thing to be finish your junior heat and be interviewed by Keegan Randall, who not but a couple of years ago was winning her own Olympic gold. That's the kind of thing that we need to have happening here.
Yeah, I think that having somebody like that present and available and a part of the sport still makes an Olympian and an Olympic gold feel less out of reach. That you can actually kind of tangibly see the person who did it and experience a little bit of what they went through, and that it can happen to other U.S. skiers, and it inspires the next group. And so to have that leadership and presence here and right there at the finish is going to no doubt lift the generations to come for U.S. skiing.
I 100% agree with you, and I think we can all point to somebody like that motivated us in our life.
I believe Keegan Randall would point to you probably for that original inspiration.
And I have a few people that I would point to as well. So I will say this: of the other unsung heroes here today, I'm just thinking about how many parents are standing up there on the hill, and how
Right.
many times your parents stood out in the cold and the rain, and
Driving hours through snowstorms over
yes,
Rocky Mountain passes.
to
Yes.
watch us basically. And back then we didn't have these kind of sprint courses that were all open. To watch us disappear into the woods and then
Yeah.
come back out a little while later, but really, I think being part of this community is special, and having people like Keegan out here inspiring the next generation is wonderful. But we also all need to go home and thank our parents for all the work that they did, and time that they spent, and hours that they logged at Kincaid Park. And many of these parents are also volunteers, and baking cookies or doing whatever it takes to make this community as supportive of one another as we are.
Absolutely.
We have another set of individuals in the start. We have Lynn Hinderman running over to give out the final instructions to this heat.
See the blankets billowing like capes now in the north wind.
Yes. Half of them are really, and they are black on one side and orange on the other, so they really do have a cape-like effect on these athletes down here. But looks like they're getting their final instructions, and this would be the final heat.
This will be men's semifinal 1.
Semifinal 1.
Yep, featuring Woody West, Nate Streubel, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, could be Strubel, Lucas Wilmot, Vebjorn Flagstad, Marcus Grota, and Quentin Koch.
Okay, so the top 2 will go to the final, and the next 2 fastest times out of both semifinal heats. Lynn is signaling that they're ready to come to the start. And they're off.
Looks like a clean start.
Clean start. And again, all have a slightly different style of the starting double pole, but it's a very beautiful shot as they all go. A little tangle up there.
Looks like Vebjorn got squeezed out, a little ski stepped on, so he's going to find himself in the back and have to work his way
there
up.
in the red suit, skiing for the Winter Stars. But Vebjorn he's a big boy, so he actually is a, generally speaking, very tall heat of young gentlemen. Anyway speaking, but they are.
And I know Vebjorn had a 3,000 meter running time that was like ranked in the top 15, 20 of the whole U.S. I don't know exactly what it was, but I know he's an excellent runner, and it showed up on a national level. So he's transferring that fitness over to skiing, and he's got the parents to teach him the way, as well as a good coach in Jan Buron, who's done a lot for certainly skate technicians like Gus Schumacher and Scott Patterson have some of the best skate technique you'll see. And it's a big reason why Gus was able to win a World Cup last winter with the early tutelage of Jan Buron and learning how to skate ski very smoothly. So Vebjorn is following in that line as well.
Yes, and Vebjorn, it's often touted that his father obviously is a wonderful coach and was a great skier here in Alaska, a college skier in Alaska as well, but his mother and I used to run against each other in the mountain running scene, Mount Marathon, back in those days, and she was a very, very good athlete too. Probably the
Lindsay.
undersung hero of the family.
Sure.
And I'm sure keeps Vebjorn on track and on target. So, big call out to both parents for producing such a wonderful athlete, and I hear quite a good student as well.
I think I saw Grota there. Marcus Bryan looked like he was looks like second now. Blue and white suit in the front. Hard to tell who that was in the tuck. Can't read their bib number, but they're going to get all back together here on the downhill. That slipstream playing well into the hands of the skiers of the back.
Looks like Vebjorn still, though, off the back. May have gotten tangled again somewhere out there. We will wait for them to come around the last turn before we see how much of a fight it will be over the last 100 meters coming into the finish.
We've got 4 skiers now all together coming into the finish. It's going to be a double pole sprint to see who moves on to the final of the men's U20. Looks like Lucas Wilmot, 3:16, leading the point. He'll move on easily. University of Utah on its way to the final. And with a lunge, I think 3:14 got it. That would be Marcus Brian Grota. But it was tight there with Quentin Koch and also in the mix Nate Stroibel. So tight one there, 4-way race and hard fought. We'll see. That could be a fast heat, and those all 4 of them could be moving on to the final.
Tough day for Vibjorn, like I said, but sometimes it's just the way the pebbles fall.
Yeah, he's still young, U18, and with his great result in the 10K 2 days ago, I think he's well in line to make that U18 trip to Gjøvik, Norway.
Which won't be very exciting for him, having lived in Norway for some portion of his life. But all the fun, I guess, is not just where you go, but who you go with.
So we're just about a minute or 2 away now from the men's U20 semifinal number 2, and that will feature Davis Ism, William Bentley, Dane Karch, Finn Christensen, Benjamin Barbier, and Landon Wyatt.
And then we will have a small break, very small, and we will go into the junior women's U20 final and then the junior men's U20 final, and that will conclude our skiing portion of the broadcast for today. But we will join you again tomorrow morning for the classic mass start.
When skiers are on the line, and they're off. Men's semifinal number 2. Looking at a good start from Benjamin Barbier. He's got the inside line and will hold the lead into that. Davis Ism also right there with him in the APU suit.
Can I put Matt, our chief of staff, on? Talk about the conditions of the course for today and tomorrow?
Yeah, I will always welcome Matt Pauley's words of wisdom. He's been around the scene for a long time. We're going to put Matt Pauley on. He's our chief of course. He's going to talk a little bit about some of the course, at least tomorrow, and if not today. Go ahead, Matt.
No, actually, my title is chief of competition.
Okay.
I got good course workers and good stadium people out there, and the whole crew is really pulling through.
You are on live, so yeah, what would you like to tell us about the
Sure.
courses?
Well, this particular course, I finally got out and walked around it a bit, and it's holding up really well, with these types of conditions we've had. This course was used in 2018 as well at Nationals, so it was recertified this past summer, so it's homologated and such, and it was got a lot of good reviews in 2018, and some of the same racers who skied back then seem to enjoy it now too.
Absolutely. And what were some of the reasons that you switched the sprint course over to this new one versus the old one, which went behind the scoreboard and up and over the tunnel and maybe not so high up the gong hill?
Yeah, sure. The original course was a good course for spectators because they basically skied all the way around us, and you didn't have to run as far and to see the things. But what was happening is that the sport was changing, and so some of the requirements were changing to put at least 2 good hills in the course. So we have the first one right out of the start here, and then the drop down to the low point, and then we have the second one going up to the gong, which is about a 25 plus meter climb.
Yeah, it's a big one, I can attest. It'll make your lungs burn for sure. Got 4 skiers now coming through the edge of the stadium. They're going to skirt out to the hairpin at the end, and it is going to be real tight between those 4 as they make that final hairpin corner and angle their way to the finish. So we will look to make that call here in just a few seconds as we find a couple skiers off the back there. Have we had pretty clean day of racing? Has there been, we saw some false starts that led to a disqualification. What's happening out on the course is wide enough that people are staying out of each other's way, I imagine.
Yeah, clean. Here, I'll let you call those guys.
Yeah, this looks like APU skier Davis Ism double pulling hard at the front, but again, it's a pack of 4. They're all mashing the poles super hard into the snow, fighting their way, but Davis Ism will win it on tempo and power. He has punched his ticket to the finals. It's actually 3:02. Dane Karch, with a strong statement in the final. 3:08 right there with him. Benjamin Barbier. 3:05 is Finn Christensen, and that will certainly Dane Karch is into the final. We'll look for time to make the men's U20 final in just a minute. But looking ahead to tomorrow's course, we've got a 5K distance. It is also a FIS homologated course. I participated with you in a lot of shoveling and getting some snow out on there to make it deep enough for some classic tracks. So if you wouldn't mind walking us through what that's going to look like in tomorrow's course and
Sure.
the prep that went into it.
Yeah, so, that was actually the second choice course for at least the 20K. It was going to be the first choice for the 10K for the U20 athletes. But, we had limited amount of time and only one day to refortify what we call the JN5K, which was also it was certified back in 2018 and recertified this past year. But that particular course, there's really not a lot of rest in it. You're still working the downhills on that course quite a bit. The total climb a little lower than you would see in some 5Ks, but still, you have Elliott's climb and you have to do it 4 times. And with climbing up the Gong Hill and such as well, that's another major B climb that you have to attack.
Was this the same course that was used in 2018 where we were prepping for the Olympics?
Similar, but it wasn't certified back then.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was used in JNs for 2019 and Super Tours and Besh Cups over the last several seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So it's well used, and I was certainly looking forward to using some of the other courses. But you only have so much time and so much snow to move. But really looking forward to. The philosophy on these mass starts is to make sure that the skiers, you can see the strategy building out with each successive lap, and you can see the skiers come through multiple times.
Yeah, and so with it being classic, is there some technique zones that's going to prevent anyone from trying to double pull the whole thing?
Yeah, the jury discussed that later on. It's going to keep the same technique zone, which we have right now on the backside of the Gong Hill, but certainly today we'll have competition control out there looking for technique issues and obstruction issues, if you will. It is a good skiable course. The jury's going to sit down and discuss, how many tracks we're going to put in, what type of start we're going to put in, and what have you.
Yeah, so 4 laps of a 5K, and then they're finishing on the Leakish Trails, which is south, so they're going to go through a series of tunnels. Is that right? What's the last K or 2 look like for them?
The last K is pretty rolling, and so when we come out of the Leakish Tunnel on the south end of the stadium, you're looking at about 500 meters to go, and that's when probably you'll see that move right coming under the bridge on the backside of Spectator Ridge here, and to the backside of the pond, we won't see anybody until we see them 100 meters from the finish again. So we'll see what type of changes occur as they go under the bridge.
And we'll see, no doubt, another national champion will be crowned tomorrow. Well, I appreciate your time, Matt Polly. You've done a lot of effort and work, and the competitions are going off great. And just on behalf of all the ski fans watching and all the coaches out there, you did a great job getting this pulled together. I know you're have done a lot for this sport over the years and have voiced to me that it may be coming to an end and moving on to greener pastures. So we appreciate all your efforts and time, and just thank you for all your hard work in the sport of skiing.
Thanks, Andrew, and I'll pass on all your goodwill to everybody. So
sounds good.
Bye-bye.
All right. That was Matt Polly, Chief of Competition and a long Anchorage resident, mainstay of the racing scene here in Alaska, and it's brought his expertise outside of Alaska as well. Works as a groomer in the off time up a hillside, and it will not be the same ski community if he steps aside and moves out of state. So we'll miss him for sure. We're now looking for men's semifinal number 2, I believe, and they are getting some skis lined up. We are nearing the end of today's program, and we will be crowning the champion of the junior heats here shortly. Actually, what we're waiting now is the women's U20 final. It's set to go off at 3:30, so about 3 minutes from now, and that is going to feature Nina Schamberger, Nev Gerard, Sydney Drello, Maeve Ingelfinger, Lena Poduska, and Annalise Hanna. Just about 3 minutes from now, that should be getting going. So the sun is fully set. The wind has not stopped. It is still cold and frigid, and the blankets are tightly wrapped around the athletes as they do their final prep before this women's final.
Well, this is exciting. We're down to the final 2 races of the day. The women's U20. That would be the junior women's classic sprint.
That's right. Yeah.
National championship.
And all these skiers were in the top 9 of the juniors that came in behind the top 30. So certainly sorted themselves out into the final. And that is Bib 202, Nina Schamberger. 204 is Nev Gerard. 201, Sydney Drevlo. 203, Maeve Ingelfinger. 209, Lena Poduska. And 208, Annalise Hanna.
And what sounds like a lot of Norwegian,
Yeah.
Scandinavian names, but actually most of them are, almost all of them are Americans.
I think they're all Americans.
Yes.
I don't know about Annalise Hanna. I have to see where she's from. United States. Yeah, Fort Sayre.
So they are of descent.
Right.
But when you consider that a lot of our athletes are coming out of pockets like, Minnesota with a lot of Scandinavian background and places like the Upper Valley of New Hampshire. And they're being called up to the starting line. These girls are a little bit nervous. This is, pretty high pressure, high stakes start for them. And they're off for the very top 6 spots in the United States on this day.
And Nev Gerard had the great lane choice 6 on the inside corner. She's going to zip right up to the front along with Sydney Drevlo. And I believe that was Maeve Ingelfinger. So they're the 3 at the front. Nina Schamberger up there as well, Bib 202.
And they're all still double pulling. Very, very impressive and strong. And all skiing very strong in this hill. It's hard to say if you can go out too hard in a sprint race, but this heat seems to have started at a very, very hot speed, and hoping we can keep that pace going the whole way into the finish. But they will go over the hill that you saw them go down and around a big meadow down at the bottom, and then come back up with the probably most difficult climb of the course. And you'll see them having to break into the herringbone style at the very top there. We have a camera up there, and then them come down into the stadium around a fairly big, windy downhill. It is windy and drafty at this point, and then down around one more hair turn, and then up a gradual hill into the finish.
Yeah, and with Samantha Smith being your U.S. national champion and 3rd overall as a U20, she was the only U20 to make those senior heats. So these 6 young junior girls know that there's a lot on the line in this A final, and whether or not they can make it to Europe on a World Junior ticket is playing out right before our eyes here as we look for them coming up the gong hill.
And they're also looking around, saying these are also the 6 girls that I'm going to be in the final heat at the World Juniors,
Sure.
Junior Nationals with as well. So these are the competitors are likely going to ski with, or against, or on the same team with from now for the next 5 to 6 years as they go through college and into their early senior career. So fun and exciting. I always thought it was fun to race with my competitors from other parts of the country, learn more about their strategy, try to see if there's anything I can learn from what they're doing the different than I did, and you can see them here. They're all still actually really
spread
quite
about
tight.
4 wide on the
Yeah.
trail, up and over the top.
Quite tight. Kind of a parade of blue against the twilight sky there. Beautiful. But you can see not a lot of extra snow. All the shoveling party did a great job, but there's not a lot of extra snow on the sidelines. So.
Yeah, plenty of depth here with the artificial snow in the stadium, but the woods are not a lot of coverage out there. So, other than the ski trail, you want to be on your rock skis. So there's 4 or 5 of them all together now, down to the final round and back to the stadium. We will know more in just a minute as they make their final few turns and come to the finish.
And them wearing college suits, but all of them, for the most part, are freshmen or sophomores in college to be maintain the U20 age group. So relatively new into their college careers, which is a whole other set of challenges for some of these young athletes. But here they come up the gradual uphill. It actually does show that it's sort of this gradual climb. They're double pulling through it, but we're double pulling into the wind at this point, and going towards the finish.
All 5 together. Nina Schamberger is getting caught right now.
It's going to be a close for that first position. It's going to be extremely close. It's going to come down.
It's Schamberger versus Girard there, and Girard's going to take it. Both Utah skiers go 1-2, and with a lunge into third goes Lena Poduska. Right. That was a tight one.
And that's got to feel good for Utah, even though today is not a points in the points calculation for the collegiate races going on here as part of the University of Alaska Anchorage Cup, but it is a point of pride to go 1-2 in any race. So.
And that's great for recruiting too. When you see in our college you might want to go to going 1-2. I know Utah's put a lot of investment into their college program. They have their own ski team building just for the ski team now on campus. So it's pretty tough to compete with the recruiting strategies of Utah at this point.
It certainly has a reputation for Colorado and Denver.
Yeah, I'm not sure Utah has lost a college title in the last 3 years in a row at least. I'd have to look back at that, but they have been dominating again, and coached by Frederick Lundstedt, and Miles Havlick he moved on.
Frederick Lundstedt, who is also a University of Fairbanks graduate, and coached here in Alaska for many years before.
Yeah, West High, right?
West High and University of Fairbanks before or after he was an athlete there.
Yep, and then he went on to University of New Mexico until that program ended, and was able to find a home at Utah, which he's been at for 5 or 6 years now, I think. And I don't know that he's lost a NCAA title since he moved there. So it's the team to beat, certainly, University of Utah.
Sounds like a combination. The missile bunker that we double as our warming hut, but for the most part it is there's no way around the fact that it's long, and they need to go home and get some calories back in them, really hydrate with some things other than water and sports drink, and rest up for tomorrow. So
yeah, and it's the Kincaid Park sits at the end of the Turnagain Arm, and it's not the quickest drive really from parts of Anchorage to get out here. You have to make a commitment. Like from my house, it's 30 minutes to get across town and all the way out to Kincaid. So a lot of these athletes probably did not go back to their places of stay in between the heats. They likely went into the chalet or the bunker and put their warm clothes on and their favorite music on, and put their feet up against the wall and tried to hydrate, and then come out and try and stay warm here through the biting wind and into the later hours of the evening.
And you can see a lot of them, the athletes wearing their drink belts, which are little insulated belts around their waist so they can carry hot fluids to keep them hydrated while they're out here warming up, warming down, waiting for the race to start. But you really don't want to go too long without putting fluids back in your body. That's what's going to keep your recovery process going. Like we said, for many of these junior athletes, they're not used to racing. They're used to racing back-to-back on weekends, but they're not used to racing 4 races in 6 days. So that's a lot to ask of these younger athletes, and a little bit of an adjustment. So we want to make sure that they get home and get some rest. But we will do an award ceremony after this, and then that will conclude today, and we will be back tomorrow for the men and women's mass start, and in that order. And then we will also have a separate mass start for the juniors as well.
The good news for them is they don't have to go the 20 kilometers that the seniors do. They only have to do 10. So a little less. Still going to be a distance and a taxing day, no doubt, but at least they're not going 20 kilometers. So that is a little something to take some solace in as they try to manage the workload that they have to.
And you could see the men, the U20 juniors lining up at the start, getting ready for their final heat of the day. You can see they're all a little shaking, trying to stay warm, sliding their skis back and forth, not only for heat, but to keep your skis kind of sparkly and ready to slide as soon as that gun goes off. I think everybody saw the foul start earlier today, so I'm guessing we'll be pretty conservative in our start. We hope for a clean start and a clean final race. For the most part, today has been a really clean day of sprint racing. Not too many hustles and tussles, but and they're off.
And there they go. Strong start from 312. That is William Bentley. He's going to get the whole shot from the inside lane 6 and launch himself into the front of the group up that first hill. Otherwise, all together and maintaining the double pole into the first climb.
What we love about days like today are the tracks are fairly deep and they're pretty solid, so no one is feeling the need to ski outside the track. They're only really getting outside the track to switch lanes. That makes for a much cleaner sprint race where when you're outside the track, just keeping things out, going straight and not interfering with other people's equipment becomes more difficult. So nice clean racing today. Nice great tracks thanks to all the officials who worked to make that happen. And you can see the sun setting. The temperature is also dropping, and the wind is not showing any signs of letting up. So
we got our eyes on the men's final here, and we're certainly keeping an eye on Dane Karch, bib 302. He was the decisive winner of his semifinal. Also in this heat, Lucas Wilmot, Benjamin Barbier, Marcus Grota, Finn Christensen, and William Bentley. Those are your 6 in this men's U20 final. And we are going to see them approaching the top of the Gong Hill in about 20 seconds, I would think. So we are going to get some information here in just a minute on how this heat is shaking out.
And this again, this shot that you're seeing on this camera stream, or this part of the stream, this is probably the most difficult part of the course. This is where they're feeling the most tired. They've been climbing up this hill for a fairly long time. It gets fairly steep enough that they have to break into a herringbone at the end. I haven't seen anybody classic ski straight up it yet today, so it is, significantly steeper than it looks on TV, as always. But you're seeing them come up the hill here, and
It's like
still
at least
very
4
good
together.
tempo, very good tempo. You're seeing everybody start to slip just a little bit, meaning the snow's getting a little bit more and more granular, harder to get grip that you were using with the same wax you were using a couple hours ago. Just the snow kind of getting more mealy as time goes on and more skiers go over the course. They will retrack everything tonight. They'll let it set up a little bit and then retrack it again in the morning, early in the morning, so it sets up solid. A couple bobbles there on that little downhill, but for the most part, everybody down it clean.
Looking at the APU skier, Dane Karch just got rockets on his feet. He sucked right up to those front 2, and I think around the outside of him. So that's, I think, how he went into the lead on the semifinal, and he's looking to do the same thing here in the final.
The APU seem to have, all around, have very fast skis today. And, we are in the new anti-fluoro fluoro testing era, so sometimes that's just good ski care that allows that to happen. But here they come down the finals for the final stretch for the overall top junior in the classic sprint today, and we have a decisive winner here.
It is Dane Karch.
Is APU Dane Karch coming across the finish line.
Pumps his fist in the air, well earned. 312, William Bentley in second there, and real close between 308, that is Benjamin Barbier, and I think 316 Lucas Wilma. 314 that was actually Marcus Grota. So tight race for fourth, but congrats to Dane Karch. He had excellent skis and good tactics. He used just enough energy to stay in contact over the top of the Gong Hill and had the skis to glide him right up to the front around that final corner to take the win.
And you can see that you got the officials kind of collecting some of the skis. They're checking to make sure that they were marked appropriately, so they're not used. The athletes aren't using more than one pair of skis. There's a lot of rules to make sure that there is fairness in the ski equipment, and some of them will be asked to go to the testing control for the banning of fluoros in modern day waxing. So with that, we thank you for joining us today, and we hope that you will all join us tomorrow for our live broad stream of the men's and women's 20K distance classic start. Mass starts are always exciting, but we hope that tomorrow will be another lovely day here at Kincaid, and we hope that you will join us for that. That race starts on, I believe, at 11 o'clock on. Yes, 11 o'clock. The men go first for the Classic 20K. They will do 4 laps of a 5K, as we just heard from Matt Polly, our chief of competition. And then the Open Women will start at 12:30 after that race concludes. And then at 4 o'clock, the U20 men will do a 10K Classic, so should be a shorter race. And
2 o'clock.
Sorry, 2 o'clock. And at 2:30, the women will do a Classic 10K mass start. That will be our program for tomorrow. Those are all Alaska Standard Time, so if you're tuning in from another time zone, please take note. But the action starts here at 11 o'clock Alaska Standard Time tomorrow.
And for Nina Campbell, I'm Andrew Kastning. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the morning.
Take care and good night.